Mic check, 1 2 1 2. Give me a vortex in the chat if I could be heard, family. Give me a vortex in the chat if I could be heard. I see Creative Gang in the building. Gang. Y'all already know. All praises to the ever-present Creator, the all in all, the always was, is, and ever shall be. Yeah. The great spirit, the I am that I am, the master of all, overall, within all, and above all. The Creator is unstoppable. Yeah. I see y'all in the building. That's what I'm talking about. Look, y'all see the title. Roman and Jewish Conspiracies. Roman and Jewish Conspiracies. Herodians, Alexanders, and Flavians. These cats is everywhere. Hold on, y'all. That's not what. There it is. Right there. These cats is everywhere. So I'm gonna kick this off with the Jezebel of the New Testament. Who y'all think the Jezebel of the New Testament is? Let me see if y'all on. Put a name in it. Who is the Jezebel of the New Testament? Let me see if anybody up on their history. Who is the Jezebel of the New Testament? You can type your answer in the chat. Let me know what y'all think. Let me know what y'all think in this deal. Sure it is. Let me know what y'all think in this deal. Who is the Jezebel of the New Testament? She's overlooked. Jezebel, not so. I'm looking for a woman. It's gonna be a woman. Jezebel is a woman. So who is the Jezebel of the New Testament? She's always overlooked. I kind of don't expect y'all to know it unless y'all like really, really be on it. Just me. Mm-hmm. All right, so look, I'm gonna show y'all something. Show y'all something real quick, man. This woman her mattress back. Ooh, she goes. She is always overlooked. Nobody ever pays attention to her. History talks about her. Josephus talk about her. Early century church father. Everybody talk about this woman. They did, but most people don't even realize who she is. Or her lineage. Like, what is, you know what I mean? It's crazy, man. All right, so let's do this. Let's make sure y'all get up right here. And we gonna share a little history with the family today. Let's get this done, man. Somebody gonna be mad, but they be all right, man. All right. Nazarene the same faith that said, "You got me, Mally. Who is it? Who is the Jezebel of the New Testament?" It just hit me while I was sitting here. I said, "Oh, look, mattress back is Jezebel." Oh, okay. The mattress back is Jezebel. The same Nazarene Lemuel, my brother. I see all y'all in the building. Bless up. Favor in the name of the Creator be upon every last one of you brothers and sisters. You already know. All right, so let me share this with y'all real quick. Of course, it's a short one. I'm going to keep it up in the chat, man. Check this out, though. Check this out. It's a good one, too.
I am Bernice, daughter of Herod, princess of the eastern lands. My family are loyal servants of the Roman Empire, collecting taxes for the Caesar. But the reign of one of Rome's most decadent Caesars.
Y'all hear that? Collecting taxes. The Herodians were the publicans. The Herodians were the ones that were collecting taxes for the Roman Empire in Judea. Okay? Their counterpart, the Alexanders, were collecting taxes for the Roman Empire in Egypt, specifically Alexandria. All right, so you got the Herodians tied into the imperial court. You got the Alexanders tied into the imperial court. All right, so we dealing with who? We dealing with Flavians, Herodians, and Alexanders. All right, this is Bernice. A lot of people don't even trip off Bernice. Bernice was in Acts the 25th chapter, Acts the 26th chapter, dealing with Paul. And Paul was like, I wish y'all could be saved too. It was Bernice and her brother right there. You know what I mean? But if you knew who they was, like John the Baptist, when he was in front of the Herodians, when he was in front of old boy who took his brother's wife, he ain't holding nothing back. He was like, y'all know that's unlawful. And they cut his head off for it. Paul gets in front of the same family and you know, kind of, you know, plays it soft. It's like, come on, bro. You already know. But this is Bernice right here. Right? We're gonna get into it. This is the Jezebel of the New Testament. Nobody pays attention to this swivel hip heifer. Nobody. You did? Watch this.
The madman Nero inspired a great disloyalty within me. For I believe that Nero's hedonistic indiscretion brought a curse on the entire Roman Empire in the form of a powerful uprising of the zealot Jews of Judea.
Notice what she says. She's saying the way Nero is the reason, the way Nero was acting brought a curse on Rome in the form of the real Israelites rising up against this Roman, Herodian, Flavian, Alexandrian conspiracy. The real ones was like, we're not about to be y'all pawns in this. We're going to go out if we got to. Right? So she says, notice she calls those who are more nationalistic, that want to be independent and free of Rome, who don't want to pay taxes. She said that's a curse upon Rome. And remember, this heifer is supposed to be a Jewess. She's supposed to be an Israelite, even though she's an Herodian, but she's still supposed to be claiming like a Judean type of identity. You feel me? She said the way Nero was acting brought a curse upon the Roman Empire in the form of the zealots who rose up in Judea to come against this Roman imperialism and naked statues of Titus in the Holy of Holies, and you know, paying unlawful taxes. And because as long as you subjugated and paying the taxes, you in bondage to them. It's called tribute. You feel me? Notice how she acts. Watch this.
Now, I am proud that my grandmother was a Jewess from the family Maccabees.
Wow, a lot of y'all didn't know that. The Herodian Maccabean connection. It keeps the look, man. The plot keeps getting thicker and thicker. You know what I mean? The Hasmonean or the Maccabean Empire, the Hasmonean dynasty, had its run. Right? And at the end of that run, you had Hyrcanus, nephew of Judah Maccabee, and Antipater, Herod the Great's father. You feel me? They actually became close. This was around the same time as Julius Caesar. You know what I mean? So when the smoke settled, though, when the smoke cleared, Hyrcanus and Antipater went to Rome. You know what I mean? To discuss who was going to be ruler over Judea. And in the end, of course, Rome went with their brother. And that's why by the time, if you're going off the biblical timeline, by the time Jesus is born, Herod the Great, the son of Antipater, is already ruling. He orders the death of these infant children. She's a granddaughter of him. You know what I mean? But Herod the Great married a Maccabean. Her name was Miriam. And then she ended up having some children or two sons by his crazy ass. And then she knocked him. I mean, he knocked her, killed her. Killed her and his son. She's a granddaughter of that, though. So the Herodians do have a connection to the Hasmonean dynasty. Right? Notice what she said. I'm glad my grandmother, you know what I mean? She don't mention her grandmother was killed by her grandfather.
Family Maccabees, the lineage from which the Jews' Messiah or Savior was prophesied to come. But these revolting zealot Jews believed in a violent, militant savior who would come to defeat the Romans. And their latest in a string of messiahs, Eleazar, was wreaking chaos throughout the empire.
See, so they called brothers like that terrorists, but they were freedom fighters. I mean, hindsight 2020, we know now to get the hell up out of there. But you know what I mean? Like, they actually were fighting a worthy cause. Like, look, we're not about to lay down to none of this. You know what I mean? Because all Rome was doing was embarrassing them, humiliating them. So naturally, when you oppress anyone, naturally something of a radical element will be birthed into it. So shout out to the first century freedom fighters, man. You dig? It's a gang of them brothers: Yehuda, Galilee, Simon of Perea, Eleazar, and them. It's a gang of them cats that was like, look, we not about to even allow y'all to embarrass us like this. And it was highly sophisticated too. Them brothers had minted their own coins. You feel me? Like it wasn't nothing. It wasn't like they just was throwing rocks at the Romans. That war went on from 66 all the way up to 73. So you talking about a 7-year war? You know what I mean? And it was very sophisticated. Again, them brothers was minting their own coins because they understood that they couldn't fight Rome using Rome's money. You know what I mean? Crazy.
Eleazar and his followers defaced my family's palaces. They raided my grandfather's tomb. And finally, they succeeded in burning Rome itself.
Yeah, that was like, and the whole reason for that, y'all, burning everything down was to get rid of the debt. See, every house or record house where debts were recorded at, the zealots was like, we'll never be free from Rome being indebted to them. So what they did was burn the records. They burnt the records. You know what I mean? That's like somebody going in and hacking into the computers and the systems today and wiping all your debt clean. Like that's how real them bros was. They was like, look, we about to go all the way out with this. You did. Watch this.
They had to be stopped.
Remember, she's supposed to be a Judean, right? They, talking about her countrymen, had to be stopped, right? Bernice is the New Testament Jezebel. Nobody ever talks about her. Bernice is the New Testament Jezebel. Nobody brings her up. Nobody mentions her. But she was, she was humping the likes of Titus. She was Titus' little bed wench. Bernice. Herod the Great's granddaughter. And she's saying that these zealots had to be stopped. You did.
Our only hope was General Vespasian of the family Flavius.
There go them Flavians, like Flavius Josephus. There go them Flavians. Huh? But Vespasian, the general, then he was declared emperor of Caesar Rome, Pontifex Maximus, which is the high priest, which is the same title the Pope holds to this very day, which is crazy. So you got one supposedly to be a quote unquote Jewish saying their only savior was a Roman general who later became emperor, who had the same name as his son Titus, Flavius Titus Vespasian. This is crazy, man. Watch this.
Being Rome's leading general for years, he had already crushed a religious uprising in Gaul and Brittany, completely annihilating the Druids there. So Nero called upon Vespasian to obliterate the Jewish uprising in Judea. But Vespasian had ambitions of his own to take the throne from the detestable Nero. And I, at the risk of Nero's vengeance, pledged my family's support to Vespasian and to his family Flavius, who, if successful...
You hear what the Herodians did? They got down while Nero, the last Judeo-Claudian emperor, the last Judeo-Claudian emperor was Nero. While he was still alive, the Herodians pledged their fidelity to the Flavians, because they knew that Vespasian and them was about to be sent into Jerusalem to lay it flat. All of this, y'all, is the politics behind the New Testament. This is the political atmosphere. You feel me? This is exactly what was going on. This is the climate by which the New Testament was being produced in its early stages. Watch this.
Would take their place among the gods.
See, don't forget that. A lot of people forget that the emperor was considered a god. He was declared God by the Senate of Rome. Julius Caesar was too. Was declared a god It's crazy, man.
Oh, for that I have been called harlot, mistress, and concubine by...
I was called harlot, mistress, and concubine. Yeah. You mattress back, little heifer. Bernice was mattress back, man. She's the New Testament Jezebel. Nobody pays attention. You know what I mean? And it was strictly for political. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? It was strictly for political maneuvers. But nonetheless, man, this is Herod the Great's granddaughter. She was Titus LeBed wench, man. You dig? Watch this.
Oh, for that I have been called harlot, mistress, and concubine by jealous, ignorant plebeians. And I admit to having flirted with the attentions of Vespasian, whose strength and military power I recognized. And
look at her. She's like, I admit I was flirting with him, though.
Respected. But it was the talents of his son.
I mean, y'all, but that, yeah, y'all see what Cal P is saying, Cosmo Cal, further proof all this is backdated. Y'all, this is supposed to be around 70, right? Well, everything with who they called Jesus was 40 years earlier, in the 30s, in the 20s. You see, what happens is things have been backdated, right? You're writing about current people as if that's like me writing about us right now as if we in 1969, right? So if anybody went to 1969 looking for me, they wouldn't find me, even though I'm writing in 2023 as if me and the Creator Gang were back in 1969. That's called backdate, right? And that's what happened. That's what happened, actually. You did. Watch this.
Titus Flavius, that not only captured my heart and my loyalty, but inspired within me the ambition to become wife of a Caesar. So, Vespasian began the campaign against the uprising Jews. He then returned to Rome, was successfully crowned Caesar, and rightly took his place among the gods. It was then Titus who waged battle after battle, demolishing the Jewish rebellion completely and declaring himself the son of a god.
There it is. Titus declared himself because Vespasian was declared God. Titus, who comes in his father's name, had the exact same name as his father, was declared son of a god. And remember, y'all, your gospels are coming from Rome in Greek after this war in the 70s. That's when your first gospel started appearing, from Rome in Greek. Not from Rome in Latin, or not no Hebrew, from Rome in Greek.
When the Jews refused to worship him, Titus razed the Temple of Jerusalem. He succeeded in capturing their Messiah, Eleazar, and he had him crucified.
That's what y'all is. It wasn't just quote unquote Jeebus that was crucified. You feel me? A lot. See, if you look at the Roman providence theory that the Romans invented this whole thing, then the New Testament, specifically the Gospels, according to that viewpoint, was written as a mockery to the Messianic zealot uprising against Rome. Like all the brothers that stood up were crucified. So you feel me? So the mockery is you didn't accept Titus, the Son of God, aka Jesus Christ. So he was the one that died for you. You feel me? You the one that wanted to fight against him. So it was more written as a mockery to the zealot Israelite revolt, or the brothers who were standing up against this Roman imperialism and domination. It was written as a mockery, as a way to laugh at it and to water it down. Like, what are you still fighting for? We destroyed it, and when we got done, we sent y'all history, or our propaganda, supposedly y'all history in our language. See, that shit crazy.
Thereafter, I began living in the Roman palace.
What happened? Look at the little mattress back. Look at the New Testament Jesse. New Testament Jezebel. Now she's in Caesar's palace. Lives in Rome.
Working closely with both Vespasian and Titus, and the greatest intellectuals and scientists of all of Rome, some of which were Jews. We sought to come up with a plan that would once and for all keep the Jews of Judea pacified.
Wow. So now they had to come up with a plan. All the Jewish aristocracy, the Roman aristocracy, scholars, how do we pacify this Judean spirit? How do we pacify it? What must we do? So they had to come up with a plan. This whole thing was concocted where? In Rome. Written in what? Greek. So that shows whoever wrote this was highly educated in Greek composition. You know what I mean? Just like if you was to compose English literature, wouldn't you have to be somewhat familiar or even educated in English comp? English 101. Now, you really got to think if you're going to start connecting the dots with this thing. Like, how is it coming? If it's coming from Rome, where in Rome? It's coming from the whole house in Rome? Where in Rome? Who in Rome is educated enough, has the influence, the power, the resources, the money, you understand? Not only to compose Greek literature or Greek gospels, but distribute them. You think it's a coinkydink, Bernice, like all of them is in the actual Bible. Watch this.
Ensuring that they remain obedient Roman citizens. It was then that my knowledge of the typology used in Jewish literature would become useful, together with the great scholar Pliny the Elder.
Oh, not Pliny the Elder. I got Pliny the Younger book. And it's crazy because Pliny the Younger is one of the books that you can use to show that Jesus did exist. I mean, he lived during the 2nd century, end of the 1st century to the middle of the 2nd century and all that. But this is supposedly Pliny the Younger's father, Pliny the Elder. Like, so you got so check this out. You got Pliny in them. You got Bernice, which is an Herodian. You got Clement in them, which are Flavians. You got Flavius Josephus, another Flavian, or at least, adopted into the home court of the Flavians, into the imperial court. You feel me? And then Constantine later on takes on the name of Flavian and all that. Right? So again, who is writing about the history of the Hebrew people in Greek from Rome? Where at in Rome? Who had the education? You see, it would have had to been the Flavian imperial court. Who else? Who's in the court? Who's there? You already got Josephus writing about 1st century events surrounding the fall of Jerusalem. Flavius Josephus, you already got that. Watch this.
We conspired to create the story of a pacifistic Jewish Messiah who had already come.
Dang, dog, that's crazy. That's crazy.
And who taught the Jews to turn the other cheek and give to Caesar what is Caesar's. We used this Jewish typology, a type of symbolism, to construct the life of this Messiah out of...
Y'all, typology. Y'all know what typology is? I keep talking about this typology. What is typology? What is typology? Let's look that up real quick. That's definitely what's going on. Typology. I don't know nothing about no typology. What you mean typology? Man, that's crazy. Crazy, man. There it is right here. Okay, here we go. Share this tab instead. Dang. All right, watch this. Typology. Yeah, typology. Look at this. Look what typology is. Typology in Christian theology and biblical exegesis is a doctrine or theory concerning the relationship of the Old Testament to the New Testament. Events, persons, or statements in the Old Testament are seen as types, prefiguring or superseded by antitypes, events or aspects of Christ or his revelation described in the New Testament. For example, Jonah may be seen as a type of Christ. Let's go here and show you out. So you got Bernice saying they use typology, you know what I mean, as a way to pacify the Judean spirit. You know what I mean? It is. Look at this. This rabbit hole gets deeper. For example, Jonah, here it is right here at the bottom. Jonah may be seen as the type of Christ in that he emerged from the fish's belly and thus appeared to rise from death. And then you get into more history. In the fullest version of the theory of typology, the whole purpose of the Old Testament is viewed as merely the provision of types for Christ, antitype or fulfillment. The theory began in the early church, was at its most influential in the High Middle Ages, and continued to be popular, especially in Calvinism after the Protestant Reformation, but in subsequent periods has been less emphasis. All right, leave it at that. Let's get back to where we at. Let's keep rolling. Watch this. Watch this. Old mattress back Bernice. Nobody's paying attention to her. Watch this.
The events of each of Titus's battle campaigns, thereby memorial Titus's battle campaign, Messiah, out of the events of each of Titus's battle, a type of symbolism to construct the life of this Messiah, out of the events of each of Titus's battle campaigns, thereby memorializing Titus as the true savior of Rome for all.
See, so what she's talking about is when you read the military campaign of Titus Vespasian in Josephus, and when you read the ministry of Jesus in the Gospels, if you read them side by side, they both started to Sea of Galilee and end in Jerusalem, and every stop in between, there's some type of typology going on in the story, from casting out demons to turning over the money changers tables to Roman centurions and all that. Yeah. So if you follow it straight down, you'll see. You'll be like, dang, now how is this paralleling the ministry of who we call Jesus Christ? And he lived, according to this, 40 years earlier. You feel me? Again, remember, the Gospels came from Rome in Greek. Josephus' works were Flavius Josephus' works, whether you're talking about antiquity of the Jews or the war of the Jews, were written in what? Greek. From Rome. From the Flavian imperial court. Connect the dots. Watch this.
All posterity, and convincing the whole world to embrace Caesar's Messiah.
Caesar's Messiah is actually a good documentary. Check it out if you ain't had the chance to, man. All right, if that was clear, that was a 6-minute vid real quick. Let me put I'll be actually doing the week, be looking for all this stuff, man, to get her done. Let me go ahead and put this up in there. But if y'all got a little understanding on the Jezebel of the New Testament, Bernice, did who she was, being an Herodian princess, granddaughter of Herod the Great, bed wench of Titus, And there's some things out there that she was screwing her brother Agrippa II too. Like this little heifer was, hey man, uncontrollable. You know what I mean? But if y'all get a little understanding about who the New Testament Jezebel is and was, go ahead and give me a one up in the chat, man. Let's go ahead and cook. Let's go ahead and cook and get her done. Yeah, a lot of y'all was like, dang, Mally, you got me stomped. Who you talking about? This little girl right here, man. Been in the background the whole time, and don't nobody even pay attention to it. It's like, dang. You dig? In history, this little girl here. That's why you got to make sure you keep a watch over these fast-ass daughters, man. You dig? Keep a watch over your daughters, especially the fast ones. Right, this is an example of this little heifer had everything. You feel me? Everything. Ooh, okay, we get some understanding. I see y'all in the building. All right, so who is Bernice? Daughter of Herod Agrippa. Good night. Good night. All right, Bernice of Cilicia, also known as Julia Bernice, and sometimes spelled Bernice, was a Jewish client queen of the Roman Empire during the second half of the 1st century. Y'all see that? Y'all see the top? Y'all see the topic, right? Roman and Jewish conspiracies, Herodians, Alexanders, and Flavians. We're gonna connect it for you. Don't worry about it. We're gonna connect it right for you so you can see it. Say, dang, that's crazy. That's crazy. Here, let me put this up in the chat too for y'all. I'm tripping. Post that so y'all can have it. Y'all know we transparent over this way. Ain't had nothing. Yeah, man, this little girl was out of control. But do y'all see how connected? Y'all ain't seen nothing yet. Yahweh say, man, I've been studying that deal the whole time. Yahoo, bless up. You already know, abundant love and light. Love and light to everybody in the chat, man. From Facebook to YouTube. Y'all already know what time it is. I know what time it is, man. I don't come to play. I'm gonna put it right out there for you. So that's the link in the chat for that video that we just looked at dealing with Bernice. Let's get back to her. Look at this. Was a Jewish client queen. Was a Jewish client queen of the Roman Empire during the second half of the 1st century. Bernice was a member of the who? The Herodians. Somebody else in that New Testament is a descendant of them Herodians. Bernice was a member of the Herodian dynasty that ruled the Roman province of Judea between 39 BC and 92 AD. Boy, well over 100 years. Starting with Herod the Great and ending on down with, I believe, some descendants after Bernice and all them. She was the daughter of King Herod Agrippa I and Cypros and a sister of King Herod Agrippa II. So she's the daughter of Agrippa I, and her brother, her sibling, is Agrippa II. Look at this. What little is known about her life and background comes mostly from the early historian who? Flavius Josephus. Them Flavians is everywhere, y'all. Them Flavians, Herodians, and Alexanders, they're all connected. And this is the political powder keg the New Testament was being formed in. These are the intellectuals. These are the minds. These are the ones who are direct enemies to the real ones. The bros and them that stood up and was like, we're not going for none of that. You did, whether they fought or whether they fought through their refusal to submit to any of it. The real ones died. If they didn't get up out of there, they died on it. They died standing on it. So salute. But everybody else sold out. And when the dust settled, you got rabbinical Judaism and Western Christianity influenced by Paul. That's all you got. You got the children, you got the remnants of sellouts. You got the children of sellouts. Whether you arguing about non-messianic, or you Christian and you didn't look, all that is the result and byproduct of some sellouts. The real ones died standing on it if they didn't get up out of there. They died standing on it. Everybody else had to go ahead and submit and get down with the likes of a Bernice. Titus, Vespasian. Had to get down with a Pliny and all them. Had to get down with a Philo and Tiberius Julius Alexander. Who the hell is that? Don't worry, we're going to find out. Today. Watch this. So what is known about her life and background comes mostly from the early historian Flavians Josephus, who detailed the history of the Jewish people and wrote an account of the Jewish rebellion of 67. Suetonius, Tacitus, Dio Cassius, Aurelius Victor, and Juvenal. Girl, you look good. And Juvenal also write about her. Dang. She for the streets, boy. How all these scholars writing about Bernice? That girl for them streets. She ain't for you, Jack. She for them streets. Dang. Suetonius, Tacitus, Dio Cassius, Aurelius Victor, and Juvenal also write about her. She is also mentioned in the Acts of the Apostles, Acts 25 and 13, verse 23, and Acts 26 through 30. However, it is for her tumultuous love life that she is primarily known since the Renaissance. Her tumultuous love life, huh? Bernice, listen to me, y'all, with swivel hips, mattress back. This Herod grandbaby. Hey man, this Herod grandbaby. It says she's known for her tumultuous love life, and she is primarily known since the Renaissance. Her reputation was based on the bias of the Romans against Eastern princesses like Cleopatra or later Zenobia. After 2 marriages in which she was widowed in her 40s, she spent much of the remainder of her life at the court of her brother Herod Agrippa II. Amidst rumors, look at this. Amidst rumors, the two were carrying on an incestuous relationship. Dang, little mattress back. It's bad enough all the scholars is writing about you. It's bad enough you done ran through these hubbies and they done died banging for you. It's bad enough you Titus little bed wanks and you was flirting with Vespasian. Now it's rumors floating around that you and little Agrippa II are boning. And look, and y'all, this is the sibling couple that Paul said, I wish y'all could be saved too. Nigga, you a Herodian. Stop all this madness. A real one cussed him out and got his head cut off for it. John the Baptist. Dang, little mattress back. Look at it. So this was neither proved nor disproved. During the first Jewish-Roman war, she began a love affair. I told you, boy. She for them streets, man. She for whoever got that plow, whoever got that bag. I hope you ain't falling in love with little Bernice. I hope not. Look at this. During the first Jewish war, she began a love affair with the future emperor Titus Flavius. Man, Flavians everywhere. Vespasianus. However, her unpopularity among the Romans compelled Titus to dismiss her. Titus dumped her on his ascension as emperor in 79. When he died 2 years later, she disappeared from the historical record. Dang. It get real in the field, B. It get real in the field. Let's read a little bit about her early life, and then I'm gonna show you something else. All right. Show y'all something else. Now remember the video we just showed y'all. She like, look, we got together with the top scholars of the day to pacify the zealot rebellion against Rome. And even though she supposed to be down with the home team, she over there in Titus bed. You know what I mean? That's crazy. Nikki, the whole of Babylon. Y'all crazy, man. Little mattress back. Look at it. Bernice was born in 28 to Herod Agrippa and Cyprus as granddaughter to Aristobulus IV and great-granddaughter, to Herod the Great. Her elder brother was Agrippa II, born in 27. And her younger sisters were Miriam and Drusilla. According to Josephus, there was also a younger brother called Drusus who died before his teens. Her family constituted part of what is known as the Herodian dynasty, who ruled the Judean province between 39 BC and 92 AD. Look at this. Look what Josephus records about the little mattress back. Look at this. Josephus records 3 short-lived marriages in Bernice's life. The first, which took place sometime between 41 and 43, when she was between the ages of 13 and 15. Dang. To Marcus Julius, who? Alexander. Here go the Herodian Alexander. Here go the Herodian Alexander connection. Because he and his brother, Tiberius Julius Alexander, are nephews to, you never guess. You never guess who these niggas is related to, man. I'm going to show you in a second. You'll never guess who Bernice married. Like, okay, who is Marcus Julius Alexander and Tiberius Julius Alexander? Guess who the hell they related to? Look at this. To Marcus Julius Alexander, brother of Tiberius Julius Alexander and son of Alexander the Alabarch of Alexandria. On his early death in 44, she was married to her father's brother. Wow, her uncle. Herod of Chalcis, with whom she had 2 sons, Bereniceus and HICKMAN. Dang, she gonna name one of her sons HICKMAN. That's crazy. So she married her uncle. So all right, so she was married to your boy Marcus Julius Alexander, right? And then she got married to her uncle and had some children by her uncle. And after her husband died in 48, she lived with her brother Agrippa for several years, and then married Polemon II of Pontus, king of Cilicia, whom she subsequently deserted. She always was running away from him. According to Josephus, Bernice requested this marriage to dispel rumors that she and her brother were carrying on an incestuous relationship, with Polemon being persuaded to this union mostly on account of her wealth. However, the marriage did not last, and she soon returned to the court of her brother. Josephus was not the only ancient writer to suggest incestuous relationships between Bernice and Agrippa. Juvenal, girl, you look good. Juvenal in his 6th satire outright claimed that they were lovers. Whether this was based on truth remains unknown. Bernice indeed spent much of her life at the court of Agrippa, and by all accounts shared almost equal power. Popular rumors may also have been fueled by the fact that Agrippa himself never married. Like her brother, Bernice was a client ruler of the parts of the Roman Empire that lie in present-day Israel. The Acts of the Apostles records that during this time, Paul the Apostle appeared before their court at Caesarea. Wow. Dang. She for them streets, B. She for them streets. That's Bernice. A Herodian. But notice who she married. She married your boy right here. She married your boy. And before we show you who that is, all right, this is who she marries first. Marcus Julius Alexander. All right. Lived between 16 and 44. The son of Alexander the Alabarch and brother of Tiberius Julius Alexander. Was a distinguished and wealthy Alexandrian Jewish merchant. So he's supposed to be Judean too. He was betrothed to Bernice, daughter of the Herodian king Agrippa I, but died shortly afterwards and had no children with her. Ooh-wee. Look at this. Now, who is this dude? Marcus was born and raised in Alexandria in Egypt. Marcus was born as the second son to Alexander the Alabarch, a wealthy Jewish aristocrat. His brother was Tiberius Julius Alexander. His paternal uncle, on his daddy's side, the exegete and philosopher, who? Philo. Bag drop, boy. Bag drop, boy. Bag drop, boy. Y'all know who Philo is, don't you? You don't know who Philo is? So you mean to tell me Bernice, the Herodian, was married into the family of the Alexanders, and both the Herodians and Alexanders, both of their families were tax collectors for the Roman Empire. Both of their families claimed Judean descent. Y'all see this? Philo was in the middle of this. Now, who the hell is Philo? Hold on one second. And who the hell is Tiberius Julius Alexander? Good night, boy. All right, so look, let me show y'all this. I'm only going to show y'all a couple minutes of this one. This one is like an hour, but they bring something up that's very, very interesting. Watch this right here. You got to connect the dots when you're doing this. You feel me? So when people make claims like, you know, the New Testament may have been written by the Flavian imperial court, you feel me? Then it's just time to go put some homework in and see if there's any type of validity. I want to show y'all this. This was very interesting to me. I say, dang. We're going to show you who Philo is then. And what he got to do with all this. What the hell does Philo have to do with any of this? All right, let me share this with y'all. Watch this. History Valley, Jacob Berman, Creating Christ with James Valiant. The name of this podcast is Did Romans Invent Christianity? All right, check this out. Check this out. Let me put this link in the chat for y'all so y'all can have it. Hell going on really around here, man. Let's go ahead and connect these Herodians and Alexanders and Flavians. We already got Bernice, a Herodian, being Titus, the Flavian bed wench. But y'all, they were highly educated. All of them, the Jewish aristocracy, the Roman aristocracy, Alexander, all of them were educated in Greek. All their children, they had the best education and all that. You did? Watch this. Let's get into some of this.
Welcome back to the Gnostic Informant, and you are about to attain true gnosis. And today I'm joined by History Valley, Jacob Berman, long time no see, and of course, James Valiant of Creating Christ. Links are in the description, guys. Go and check out, go get the book Creating Christ. Go check out History Valley and subscribe, hit the bell, all that fun stuff. And today we're going to...
Hey, the book Creating Christ is a great read. I need to check that out. That's a great read. Yeah, a lot of y'all know about Caesar's Messiah. That's another great read, but I think the Creating Christ go a little step further, actually. Like he go deep into it. Like he started connecting all the symbols that the pagans was using during the first century and how all they got incorporated into Christianity. He showed how they like the first Flavian Christians, like how they was patrons and all that. Man, it's crazy. So yeah, check that out.
To get into Roman providence, and did the Romans invent Christianity? Why would they do such a thing? So we're going to get into this. Yeah, this is a great topic, guys. There is a super chat that's interesting from Derek from Myth Vision Podcast that I think would be a great question to pop this whole thing off. This is a great question. Thank you, Derek, for the super chat. It says, great guest tonight, Neil. How does Tiberius Julius Alexander play a role in this? This is a great.
Do y'all hear that? See, the topic is that Romans invent Christianity. How does who? Tiberius Julius Alexander play a role in all this. Do anybody know who that was? Now you know kind of, because I showed you his brother was married to Bernice. Tiberius Julius Alexander, y'all, is a paternal nephew to Philo of Alexandria. Chip off this. He also, when Jerusalem got destroyed by Titus, guess who was second in command only to Titus when Jerusalem got destroyed? Tiberius Julius Alexander. Yeah, Jerusalem was destroyed by a Jew. That part. The only one higher in rank than Tiberius Julius Alexander when Jerusalem was being destroyed was Titus. You feel me? So you got the nephew of Philo, and y'all, Philo was the one responsible for bringing out the Logos, the Trinity, and all that. I'm about to show y'all. Philo was already writing about the Trinity and the Logos, and you know what I mean? He was the one that was bringing or introducing Greek mythology and Hellenization into Judean or Hebrew thought. It was Philo. So in the beginning was the Word was God, and the Word was with God, and all that came from Philo. Philo had already been writing and all that, you know what I mean? Now remember, the Gospels don't come out until after the war with Rome in the 70s. From Rome in Greek. So Rome destroyed Jerusalem and then sent the Gospels into this war-torn area in Greek. You feel me? Watch this.
Good question. He might be the missing link that no one's looking at. Now, I'm actually gonna pull up his Wikipedia just to show some people just some basic facts that we know about Tiberius. I know it's Wikipedia, but these are basic facts that everyone. These are not debated. These are basic stuff that everyone agrees with.
No doubt. So he going to Wikipedia. We can do the same thing. And, you know, we can read ourselves. Here it is right here. Here it is right here. Your boy Philo. So not only did the New Testament writers use Josephus, they use Philo too. And here's the connection between the Alexanders. We already connected the Alexanders with the Herodians. Here's the connection with the Alexanders and the Flavians, because he was Titus' second in command. This guy right here. Tiberius Julius Alexander, 1st century, was an equestrian governor and general in the Roman Empire, born into a wealthy Jewish family of Alexandria. So he's a Jew. But he's a governor and general of Rome. But he's a Jew, born into a wealthy Jewish family of Alexandria, but abandoning or neglecting the Jewish religion. He rose to become the second procreator of Judea. Look at that. Look at the dates. 46 through 48 under Claudius. This nigga been a sellout. While prefect of Egypt, 66 through 69, he employed his legions against the Alexandrian Jews. Hold on. He's from Alexandria. The Alexandrian Jews are his people, but they revolting against Rome like the Zealots in Judea rebelling against Rome. So Rome used the Herodians in Judea, and they would use the Alexanders in Egypt. You understand? To impose their will. Right? To quell any violence and collect taxes. They would use the Alexanders. And this nigga right here, you know what I mean, sided with Rome and used Rome and his mighty power against the Alexandrian Jews who were revolting or rebelling against Roman imperialism. Yeah, Alexander. Y'all getting some understanding? Throw a 9 up in the chat, man. Let's connect the whole thing. Look at this. It says right here, he employed his legions against the Alexandrian Jews in a brutal response to ethnic violence and was instrumental, look at this, y'all, and was instrumental in the Emperor Vespasian's rise to power. Look at this. In 70, he participated in the siege of Jerusalem. Who that nigga on that nag, man? In 70, he participated in the siege of Jerusalem as Titus's second in command. Mally ain't making this up. I know most of y'all would like to think that. I don't make stuff up. He became the most powerful Jew. He became the most powerful Jew of his age and is ranked as one of the most prominent Jews in military history. Do y'all see this? That's nephew of Philo. That's the nephew of Philo who spilled Jewish or Israelite or Judean blood in the mud from Judea down to Egypt. Rich too, born into a rich Jewish family in Alexandria in Egypt and all that. Educated, raised in Rome, raised in the Greek. Part of the imperial court was one of the main reasons Vespasian became emperor. A lot of people don't even know about this dude right here. Look him up, Tiberius Julius Alexander. Look at that. Look at that. Philo's nephew. I'm about to get into Philo next, so you can see. Right? They waging war against the real ones, man. And they supposed to be related. They waging wars against the bros and them that's standing up like, man, we not about to go for this. And all these people are instrumental in forming what you know today is the New Testament. That's where it started up under all this. As a reaction to the zealot uprising against Rome. How do we pacify this? You know what I mean? Who's educated not only in Hebrew literature, you know what I mean, or Hebrew history, but also Greek. Whoever that is would be the ones responsible in Rome, you dig, for bringing out the typology. Remember, Bernice was like, we brought the typology to the table. You know what I mean? Look at this right here. Tiberius Julius Alexander was probably born early in the reign of Emperor Tiberius. His father was Alexander, an Alexandrian Jew, who held the office of alabarch as head of customs on the Arabian frontier, but it may have denoted a senior customs official. The family of the older Alexander, a member of the Egyptian gentry, had Roman what? These cats had Roman citizenship, just like the Herods. Now, how do you get? Stick around. I'm going to show you. Because Paul had Roman citizenship too. And he said the Herodians was his family. Let me help y'all out with something. Rome don't just hand citizenship out. They don't just hand citizenship out. The fact that the Alexanders have Roman citizenship and the Herodians have Roman citizenship should let everybody know who and what Paul was. Everybody should be able to peep that now. Now, don't worry, I'm gonna show the article. You'll be like, dang, that's crazy. Look at this. A member of the Egyptian entry had Roman citizenship, something not infrequent among the wealthy Jews of Alexandria. So the ones that was wealthy, those that were in cahoots with Rome, were given Roman citizenship. Look at this. Look at this. He also had business connections both with Agrippa, grandson of Herod the Great, and with Antonia, mother of the Emperor Claudius. Look how connected dude was. He was in business with the Herodians and with Emperor Claudius's mother. This cat was connected. He wasn't just rich. The cat was bloodthirsty. Another prominent member of Tiberius Alexander's family was his uncle, the philosopher who? Philo. Let's go show your boy Philo next, so you can understand what's really going on here, man. That's it. You cats be ready to spill their coffee, crash out. Nah, it ain't that. You just look, if you about truth, you need to be about all truth. What if you been deceived? What if somebody lied to you? You don't care? Go show Philo next. Let me show y'all this. Dang, man, I ain't know none of this was going on. Not on this level. Watch this one right here. Y'all gonna like this.
I'm going to share with you the origin of Jesus, and it's not what you think.
Oh.
Jesus did.
Hold on. Hold on, let me get y'all there.
In this video, I'm going.
Here it is. Here it is. It's a short one too. It ain't long. But this is about Philo. We seen that Bernice was married to Marcus Alexander, paternal nephew of Philo of Alexander. We see his brother Julius or Tiberius Julius Alexander, right? Military general of Rome, procreator, was in on the siege of Jerusalem, killed Judeans in Jerusalem or in Israel and in Egypt. Huh? This is the quote-unquote Jew who conquered Jerusalem that don't nobody talk about. It just so happened he's blood related to Philo. Who's Philo? Watch this. Watch this.
I'm going to share with you the origin of Jesus, and it's not what you think. Jesus did come into existence in the early 1st century, but not by being born to Mary. Philo of Alexandria lived in the early 1st century at the exact same time that Jesus was.
I see that. So Philo was from the 1st century as well, 20 BC all the way up to the 40s. So he lived to be around the 60s. Huh? Look at this.
Supposed to live. Yet he never mentions Jesus, but he originated the philosophies that were later attributed to Jesus.
Y'all heard that? Never mentions Jesus, but the later philosophies attributed to Jesus, he's responsible for. Like what? Like what? Dang.
Philo developed the concepts for the future Hellenistic or Greek interpretation of the Messianic Hebrew thought.
Oh, man. Philo did what? Developed the what? The Greek philosophy. What? Developed concepts for future Hellenistic interpretation of Messianic Hebrew thought. Stop playing with me. Because most of us claim to be Messianic Hebrews. Huh? In the beginning was a word, and the word was with God, and the word was God. The same was in the beginning with God. You mean to tell me a lot of these concepts is from a Hellenized Judean named Philo of Alexandria, who had Roman citizenship, whose nephews were married right into or with the Herodians, huh? And who one of his nephews directly participated in the siege of Jerusalem and was Titus' second in command. You mean to tell me he is the one responsible for Messianic Hebrew thought being a Hellenistic interpretation? That is Philo. You still think all this just a coinky thing? It just so happened to be like that, Mally. You know, it just ain't no. Man, if y'all really knew how deep the rabbit hole goes, you'd be like, man, you'd be beyond mad right now. Like, hold on, time out, man. What? Look at this. Look at this.
Especially those thoughts by many people that you know of, like Clement of Alexandria, Messianic Hebrew thought, especially those were later attributed to Jesus. Philo developed the concepts for the future Hellenistic or Greek interpretation.
I know some brews that and swear by Philo book. I know. We know a few of them, don't we, Dreadful Cosmon? It's funny because them Millie Mouth Negroes got into the Philo's writings after they got to Philo's writings as a reaction to us getting into the Nazarene literature. It ain't last long, though. Them niggas read that few parts about women and, you know, lost their mind. And you feel me? Look at this, man. Look at this.
Of the Messianic Hebrew thought, especially those thoughts by many people that you know of, like Clement of Alexandria, Theophilus, Justin Martyr, Tertullian, Origen.
Y'all hear all this? Y'all know all those are church historians or church fathers. Philo is directly responsible for influencing all that. Hellenistic interpretation of Messianic Hebrew thought, especially by all the famous ones. He influenced Clement of Alexandria. Makes sense. He's Philo of Alexandria. The apologists like Athenagoras, Theophilus. Hold on. The Theophilus is in Luke. Beloved Theophilus, Luke 1:1. How do you make this stuff up? Further proof that they were using Philo to even write the Gospels. How is Theophilus in Luke 1:1? Y'all think, hold on, man. I think I'm playing. You got Nero's secretary Epaphroditus in the New Testament and all that. That's Paul's homeboy. He's also in Josephus. Man, what is really going on, man? Like after a while, you got to call a spade with all this, man. Stop playing. Let me show you how crazy this is, man. Yeah, how crazy this stuff gets. You making this stuff up, man. How was all these names? But they didn't write. So the people we saying wrote the Gospels didn't write it, but all these names is in what you call the New Testament. Make it make sense, man. Who you think writing? How is Epaphroditus in Josephus and in the book of Philippians dealing with Paul? How is Bernice in the Acts, in Josephus, and everybody else writing about it? Like what's really going on? Saul, James, Jesus, Joshua, Judas. Like are they overwriting, rewriting, backdating? What's really going on here? Miriam's and Marys and hey, come on, man. This right here is Luke 1, 1-4. Look at this. Luke 1:1. For as much as many have taken in hand to set forth in order a declaration. So he's declaring this. A declaration of those things which are most surely believed among us, even as they delivered them unto us, which from the beginning were eyewitnesses and ministers of the word. It seemed good to me also, having had perfect understanding of all things from the very first, to write unto thee in order, most excellent who? Who? Theophilus. There he is right there. Like how are all these names? And I ain't talking about like just common names. We talking about names don't nobody else name niggas. Like Epaphroditus. Nobody name you that. Shout out to my brother Abdiel. It's like somebody else walking up in here talking about something they named Teravalis. I don't know nobody else in the earth named Teravalis but the mayor of the West Side, STL, my brother Abdiel Israel. That's the only brother I know in this earth named Teravalis. So you got all these names that ain't even common around here. And they in the New Testament, they in Josephus. It's like at what point do we call a spade a spade? They got to be the group of people that's writing this stuff then. Theophilus. Look at this. Theophilus. We don't even tell you who he is. God's friend.
Strong's G 2321. Theophilos.
And look how weak they don't even really get down into it. It just means a friend of God. The person to whom Luke addresses gospel in the book of Acts. Yep. Theophilus. And it just says a Christian. Down a friend of God, a Christian. All right, so let's get back to what we was reading. Or what we was watching, my bad. What's this? More about Philo.
The Apostle Paul and who martyr, Tertullian, Origen, the Apostle Paul, and whoever wrote the Gospel of John and the book of Hebrews. Philo is the one who laid the foundations for the development of Christianity, not Jesus.
Ooh.
And Philo's primary importance is in the development of the philosophical and theological foundations of Christianity.
Ooh.
Philo was thoroughly educated in Greek philosophy.
There it is. Whoever wrote the Gospels would have had to. Whoever wrote the Gospels or who used different sources to write the Gospels, like say Philo's work was being used. Philo would have had to been educated in Greek philosophy and culture. Whoever wrote the Gospels would have had to been. You just don't pop up. You just don't wake up with morning breath, sniff the Folgers and start writing in Greek and composing Greek literature. Man, look at this.
Culture, and he respected Plato so much he called him the most holy Plato.
Do y'all
He
hear
was
this? Philo respected Plato so much he called him the most holy Plato. Bag drop, boy. But you dealing with the doctrine of Plato when you're dealing with a lot of the stuff in the New Testament, a lot of the Greek sayings. You're dealing with the Stoics. Those are the Plato understanding. You feel me? But though dealing with Philo and them, they was educated in all that. He called the man Master Plato. The most holy Plato.
Also well educated in other Greek philosophers such as Aristotle and Pythagoras. Philo lived in Alexandria, Egypt, and he was from a wealthy and prominent family. He even visited Jerusalem and the temple and was completely unaware that he was in the same city as the living embodiment of his own philosophy.
He visits Jerusalem and don't realize he's in the city of the living embodiment of who? His own philosophy. See, all this stuff be just like Bernice been overlooked, Philo been overlooked. Philo was used to write the New Testament. Josephus was too. Bernice was too. Pliny the Younger and the Elder and all them was too. Whoever wrote it would have had to been educated in what they call like Paideia. I think that's like the curriculum back then. It's called Paideia or something like that. Pedagogy or something like that. You feel me? But you would have had to been educated in that in order to compose that. And as you see, they from rich Jewish families who are part of the imperial court in Rome. You see? Look at this.
Philo's purpose was to explain the Hebrew scriptures from a Greek perspective. And
hold on, cuz. Hold on, man. Hold on, cuz. Malaki is good enough for our truth, the world getting that's faith. So that's right. That's right, just me. That's right, Doc. That's right, brother. Look at this. Now, what happened, man, they created a God and gave it to you. You know, I personally believe there was a historical Joshua, and all that, but he was never worshipped, right? Taught and spread the light of the Creator and was murdered behind it. You feel me? What you got going on in the first century is an amalgamation, you feel me, and a way to stifle down and pacify the uprising against Rome, because had you been back then, you probably would have stood up and died with them. I know I would have. I wouldn't have. Nah, I'd have been like dead Negro. Now I know better. Of course, hey, y'all, time to go. But had I been there, man, please, they'd have buried me. I bet they buried me right where they found me. They did, but notice this though, man. Notice this. He wants to explain Hebrew literature or the Hebrew scriptures, but from a Greek philosophy or Greek mindset. And don't forget, during this time, you don't even really got the Hebrew scriptures. You got the Septuagint, which is the Greek Old Testament. And for 70 Hebrews to translate the Tanakh into Greek, I've had to think about that. They'd had to been educated in Greek. They probably, those that translated it probably were Greeks, like Greek-speaking Israelites that had nothing to do with Jerusalem or none of that. You know what I mean? Nothing to do with Jerusalem, because in order for you to not only just to write it, but in order for you to translate it, you got to have an education. You know what I mean? Okay, go do something else. So look at this. Watch this right here. This is crazy.
if there are gaps in his knowledge, they are rather in his Jewish tradition, as evidenced by his relying on the Greek translation of the Hebrew Bible. The New Testament authors also relied on the Septuagint, which
y'all see that? The New Testament authors relied on the Greek version of the Old Testament and even Philo. This is how the Greek understanding and Greek Hellenization gets into the Hebrew way of life. It started before the 1st century. It go all the way back to you dealing with Alexander the Great and the Ptolemies and all them, and Antiochus Epiphanes. That's where it all started, up in there. Look at this.
Demonstrates their lack of understanding of the Hebrew scriptures. Though Philo uses an allegorical method, he seeks out the hidden message beneath the surface of any particular text and tries to read back a new doctrine in the work of the past. And though he acknowledges the symbolic meaning of things, he insists on their literal interpretation. And Jesus is simply the literal interpretation of Philo's philosophies. Philo disdained the material world and the physical body. The body for Philo was an evil and dead thing, wicked by nature and a plotter against the soul. And Paul expressed these same ideas in Romans chapter 7 and 8. For I know that in me, that is, in my flesh, dwells no good thing. For the mind of the flesh is death, but the mind of the spirit is life and peace. For I consider that the sufferings of this present time are not worthy to be compared with the glory that will be revealed in us. To Philo, the mystic vision allows our soul to see the divine logos and achieve a union with God. And he adheres to the Platonic picture of the souls descending into the material realm.
You hear that? Yeah. So he was down with Plato. Plato, Platonic.
As we see in John 6:42, they said, "Isn't this Jesus, the son of Joseph, whose father and mother we know? How then can he say, 'I have come down out of heaven'?" Philo said, "Now, when we are alive, we are so, though our soul is dead and buried in our body as if in a tomb. But if it were to die, then our soul would live according to its proper life, being released from the evil and dead body." Just as Paul said, "Therefore we know that while we are at home in the body, we are absent from the Lord."
Man, so this shows you they're using the works of Hebrew and Greek philosophers. You know what I mean? And those that's gifted in the skill of typology to write what's called the New Testament, or to begin writing. It is.
But to be absent from the body is to be at home with the Lord. Philo divides the human dispositions into 3 groups. The best is given the vision of God, which I think compares to the Holy Spirit. The next has a vision on the right, who is the creative power, whose name is God. The third is a vision on the left, who is the ruling power called the Lord. Philo was simply expressing the Greek Trinitarian view of God.
That ain't the Trinity, is it? And that ain't your boy Louis. The plot thickens. Your boy Philo was inspired by your boy Louis too.
God. According to Philo, man's highest union with God is limited to God's manifestation as the Logos. And that's why some Greek manuscripts say, "Great is the mystery of godliness. God was revealed in the flesh, justified in the spirit, seen by angels, preached among the nations, believed on in the world, and received up into glory." Philo states in many places that God's essence is one and single, and he does not belong to any class. For God likewise is not of the form of man. Philo would have rejected Jesus as God in the flesh, but 300 years later, that became orthodox doctrine. According to Philo, God is the creator, but God is hidden, and his reality is made manifest by the Logos, which is God's image. And so Philo is the inspiration for Hebrews 1:3. His son is the radiance of his glory, the very image of his substance. Philo said there are levels to the cognizance of God. Those at the summit may grasp the unity of the powers of God, and at a lower level, they recognize the Logos as the regent power. But those at the lowest level, those who use common sense, they are unable to perceive the intelligible reality. The same tactics are used today to justify illogical and irrational doctrines, and they say that you can't understand it unless you've been given a gift from God. Philo says to the purified mind, God appears as one, but to the mind that is uninitiated in the mysteries, God appears as a triad, constituted by him and his 2 powers, creative and royal. Philo's model of creation comes from Plato's Timaeus. The direct agent of creation is not God himself, but the Logos.
Philo's model of creation comes from Plato's Timus. The direct agent of creation is not God himself, but the Logos. What if the Logos is the vortex?
Logos. Philo believes that the Logos is the man of God or the shadow of God that was used as an instrument and pattern of all creation. So you were actually reading Platonic philosophy in Colossians 1:15. He is the image of the invisible God, the firstborn of all creation. For by him all things were created in the heavens and on the earth.
See that? So that Paul's creating in Colossians is actually Platonic and Greek philosophy based off the Logos. Philo was the one that brought that up.
Philo's pivotal and most developed doctrine is his doctrine of the Logos. He developed his doctrine by fusing the Greek philosophical concepts with Hebrew religious thought. And this
where it is. Philo developed his doctrine by fusing Greek philosophical concepts with Hebrew religious thought and provided the foundation of Christianity. There it is. There it is. Roman and Jewish conspiracies, y'all. Herodians, Alexanders, and Flavians. They everywhere like roaches, man. Look at it.
Laid the foundation for Christianity. Philo's doctrine of the Logos is the principle that you can look at the universe and compare it to a living creature. And Jesus Christ was created from philosophy to be that living creature that was associated with the divine Logos of God. Logos simply means God's utterances, his action, or his messages. But Philo went beyond literary personification into literal application. Philo combined Greek philosophy with Hebrew thought, and in the process, the Logos became transformed from a metaphysical entity into an anthropomorphic being called Jesus, who was the mediator between God and man. And this is the origin of 1 Timothy 2:5. For there is one God and one mediator between God and men, the man Christ Jesus. Philo called the Logos of God the firstborn of God, or the first begotten son of the uncreated Father. How can you not see that Philo's philosophy developed into the person you know as Jesus Christ? Philo described the Logos as the angel of the Lord, or the firstborn, the eldest, or the chief of the angels. For to which of the angels did he say, "You are my son, today I have become your father"? And so Philo describes the Logos as God's son, a perfect being procuring forgiveness of sins and blessings. And Philo transforms the Logos into a being who was neither eternal like God nor created like creatures, but begotten from eternity. This being is a mediator giving hope to men and was sent down to earth. And these philosophies are taught in the Bible. For him who knew no sin, he made to be sin on our behalf, that we might become the righteousness of God. And whoever does not honor the Son does not honor the Father who sent him. Now, Philo said you should not go so far as to call the Logos God, but that didn't stop the author of the Gospel of John from making that leap, where he said the Logos was God and the Logos became flesh. So in summary, Philo said that the Logos was mediating between God and the world, and he is neither uncreated as God nor created as men. So in Philo's view, the Father is the supreme being, and the Logos, as the chief messenger, stands between creator and creature. So Jesus never actually existed except in the mind of Philo and his followers, and in those of us who have been deceived into believing it. So where can you turn without Jesus? I suggest you believe in a loving Father who does not require blood sacrifice from his creation.
No. Oh. Spell it. Dang, son. Dang, son. I got one more for y'all. This one's short, too. About your boy Philo. And there's a couple doctors on this one. Hold on. Get y'all together real quick. If y'all getting some understanding, go ahead and give me a 3 up in the chat. Y'all already know what time it is. I see the credit gang is in the building, baby. Go. I'll get off this. There we go. All right, this right here, Trinity equal Philo, God, Philo, Logos, Philo, wisdom. All right, this is an actual good one right here. Right, and y'all, for just tuning in, we connecting together these Roman and Jewish conspiracies, Herodians, Alexanders, and Flavians. See, it's all connected. It's all connected, man. Check this out, though. This is a good one.
In my experience in writing Philo's Trinity and stating that it was Philo who gave us the origin of the Trinity doctrine, has brought many reactions from people. The majority of people that know theology have tried to ignore this information. And I've had doctors in theology tell me that Philo had nothing to do with the Trinity. And they even said, I read Philo's works and I didn't see anything like that. And I've even had some doctors in theology tell me that it is not important to teach on the origin of the Trinity. To which I say to all of these doctors in theology that they don't know what they're saying. And I'm not intimidated by PhDs or doctors of divinity, because it takes research to find the truth. And thank God there are doctors in theology who do know that Philo influenced the early Greek fathers, apologists, and the ante-Nicene fathers with his Logos Christology and with his ideas of a Trinity. Thank God that there are doctors in theology, women in theology, that will tell you contrary to what these other PhDs were telling me. They will tell you that Philo was very much involved in giving us the Trinity. Now, before I go into the...
Y'all heard that? So he's saying it's people that have doctorates in theology or different branches of theology that try to make him feel as if what he was saying was false. But then there are those who have doctorates in that realm of understanding, and they totally agree with dude right here. Y'all, Philo is the one who came up with the whole Trinity. You know what I mean? Now, if you know anything about YHWH's, we know who the triune gods are. It ain't the creator. You know what I mean? So check this out. All right? Because all this goes into how your New Testament was compiled and came together. Right? They using the works of Philo, the works of Josephus. You feel me? And other works that depended heavily on the Greek Septuagint and dealt with Greek Hellenization and the Hebrew thought type. You feel me? And Philo was instrumental for that. So instrumental, y'all, that the Trinity is in the Bible. It's in the New Testament. You know what I mean? Watch this.
The videos that I prepared for you, I want to say that there's 2 books and 2 doctors in theology that really influenced me in my work. One of them was David T. Runia with his Philo in Early Christian.
That's a book. Y'all go get it. See, when we do classes like this, it ain't just to entertain you or nothing that. You feel me? You supposed to be getting these sources and go look. Check it out. You feel me? I ain't the one, and let me say this for the record. Don't believe nothing I say. I ain't trying to be responsible for none of y'all and what y'all do with it. All right? Don't just take what I'm saying at face value. Go look at it. Dig deep down into it. You feel me? Check it out. Either it's going to resonate or not with you. That right there is a book you can go get. Dr. David T. Runia, Philo in Early Christian Literature. See, after a while, it ain't even no more coincidences. It is what it is after so long. You feel me? If that's the case, Philo is an Alexander. And if that's the case, Philo's work was used to create the New Testament. Can't get past it. And Philo was into Plato, Platonic.
Literature, a survey.
Don't forget his family was married into the Herodians. and were members of the imperial court and had Roman citizenship and were very wealthy and were educated in Greek.
That's been a big blessing to me. And then there's another book called The Life and Times of Jesus.
There's another book, The Life and Times of Jesus the Messiah, by Dr. Alfred Edersheim. Go get that. Watch this.
The Messiah. And this was written by Edersheim. And this wonderful book also has a lot of insight into.
Look what he says. One thing, however, is plain. The logos is not the memra of the Targum or Targumim, for the expression memra ultimately rests on theological, that of logos on philosophical grounds. Page 48. Look at this.
To Philo's work and how it was rejected by the regular Jews, but was taken up by the Christian.
Philo's work was rejected by Orthodox, but taken up by the Christians. Philo responsible for the Trinity. Look.
Apologies. And so with that in mind, let's look at other doctors who also agree that Philo was very influential with the Trinity doctrine or Christian doctrine. Let's go into it.
We now want to turn to a historical survey of how
Dr. William Lane Craig. Mally, you should be making stuff up. I'll put it right in your face. Dr. William Lane Craig. Who is that?
great Christian thinkers have sought to formulate this doctrine into a systematic package. And we're going to begin with the early Greek apologists of the 2nd century. These were men like Justin Martyr.
Greek apologists, huh? Also, these weren't Bantu Negroes from the Congo. All these are your church fathers, y'all. They're going to Theophilus again. Wasn't Theophilus in Luke? Huh? Then we just read about Theophilus or Theophilus in Luke. Really, Theophilus may be a pen name for Philo. Theophilus. It may just be a pen name for Philo. Look at this.
Tatian, Theophilus, Athenagoras, and so on. Now, you might not have ever heard of these men, but these were some of the earliest Christian authors writing in defense of the Christian faith during the 2nd century. And since they wrote in Greek,
Theophilus was the first one to coin the phrase Trinity. And since they wrote in Greek, wow. What is he admitting here? Mally, you always making stuff up.
Of these men, but these were some of the earliest Christian authors writing in defense of the Christian faith during the 2nd century. And since they wrote in Greek, they're known collectively as the Greek apologists. These thinkers sought to connect the divine word of the prologue of John's gospel, the Logos, whom John says was in the beginning with God and who was God, with the Logos as it plays a role in the thought of the Jewish Hellenistic philosopher Philo of Alexandria. Now, when we say that Philo was a Hellenistic Jew, what one means is that he was heavily influenced in his thought by Greek thought. Hellenistic comes.
If you a Hellenist, you're overwhelmingly burden and process everything through a Greek filter. You're a Hellenist. You a Jew, but you're a Hellenist. That shit crazy, man.
From the Greek word elene, which means Greek. And so as a Hellenistic Jew, his thinking is pervaded by the categories of Greek philosophy. He lived in Alexandria in Egypt during the same time as the New Testament. He was born in 25 BC.
The Christian apologists attempted to use the work of Philo in connection with the Gospel of John to articulate a logos Christology. Do y'all see that? I better leave me alone. Brothers done lost the light, brother. Come on back home, brother. You lost the light, brother. Man, how do you look at all this and process all this, take it in, verify it, and validate it, and then be like, no, I ain't never see that. Man, look at this. Look at this. They attempted to use the work of Philo in connection with the Gospel of John to articulate a logos Christology. Look.
And died in AD 40. And the Christian apologists attempted to use the work of Philo in connection with the Gospel of John to articulate a sort of logos Christology, or a doctrine of Christ based on Philo's thinking. For Philo, the logos is the
doctrine of Christ based on the thinking of Philo, man. Man, look. Man, look. And this is a man who has his doctorate in all this, y'all. You a PhD. Well, what you can't say about him is that he don't know what he's talking about, or he ain't studied. At least gotta give him that. If he a PhD, he ain't up there talking about it, he didn't study it thoroughly.
The reason or the mind of God, who created the world and who imbued the world with its rational structure.
Okay.
Dr. William Lane Craig is a very well-respected apologist and defender of the faith. And he's known for his debates with atheists.
See, so he's an apologist. He's a defender of the faith. He still worshiped Jesus, but had to be truthful and admit that what you got is the Trinity and all that, and in the beginning was the Word and all that is based off Philo's thinking. You know what I mean? Christology and all that's based off Philo and his thinking. They use Philo's work. You know what I mean? To establish a lot of core Christian concepts that are still around to this very day. Facts. Facts.
Atheist, and his very good responses. But in this video that you just viewed, he's talking about the doctrine of the Trinity, part 5, the historical survey. And he talks about the early Greek apologists, such as Tatian and Theophilus and so forth, that they were using Philo's logos to explain John 1:1. In other words, Dr. William Lane Craig tells us that the early apologists, Greek apologists, they connected with Philo because Philo gave them the idea of the logos. And so with the logos Christology, they developed, with the aid of Philo, John 1:1 into teaching that the logos was the same logos of Greek philosophy. So that's very interesting. Now we're going to talk about the next video that's coming up.
So you got church fathers using the works of Philo and saying that the logos in Philo is directly equivalent to the Trinity and what you call Christian thought. That's crazy. Now we're about to look at Yale University, Yale Bible Study Series, the Gospel of John, the Prologue, Dr. Attridge and Dr. David L. Bartlett. Videos, you can go look right on YouTube.
And that's the Yale University Dr. David L. Bartlett and Dr. Adridge. They're from the Yale University, Yale Bible Study series. And in this episode, they're talking about the Gospel of John, the prologue. And immediately they say that Philo's logos / wisdom speculation is what is found in John 1:1. And they said that even Philo, to get the logos to be male, to get the logos to be existing prior, he connected the logos with Sophia, which Sophia is feminine. But in the logos, Philo found a male or noun. And so that's how Philo came up with the logos that existed prior to all things. And so the Yale University professors are saying, yes, that is the background of the prologue of John 1:1. The background is the philosophy of Philo of Alexandria.
Then that's picked up in a very interesting guy, Philo of Alexandria, a Jewish interpreter of scripture, someone trained in Greek philosophy as well as scripture. He calls this Sophia, this wisdom, logos, the word.
Yeah.
And something of that background, I think, is going on in John. I don't know if you.
Oh, I think absolutely. Do you think I puzzle about whether Philo is the link? My theory of the year, which is just because we have to have theories of the year, or we could have to stop talking about this stuff. My theory of the year is that this is deeply, deeply influenced by the Sophia, the wisdom speculation, and that John has that as his background, the sense that this creative power was with God from the beginning and provides the blueprint by which God creates the world. And the miracle in Jesus is that divine wisdom is now present among us. But he's got a problem, and you're going to shoot this down, and I've got to go back and take it back with my whole class. The problem is that he knows this incarnate person was not, as Sophia usually is, female incarnate, but male incarnate. So he tries to find a good male noun to get across the same idea, and voila, logos, male.
Right. Well, in that, I think you're right.
Oh, good.
The last professor that I include in this video is Dr. Ramelli, which she's a not very well known.
Dude said, I think you're right. He like, yeah, all good then. Man, you go to John 1:1 and pull up, in the beginning was the word, and the word, you look up the word, it's logos. It's logos. And remember, it was written in Greek, so that means the writer of the Greek New Testament of John, or the book of John in Greek, was using Philo. That ain't even in that's not even in there nowhere else like that. In the beginning was the word, and the word was with God, and the word was the same was in it. In the beginning was the logos. Word is logos. In the beginning was the word, and the word was with God, and the logos was God. The same was in the beginning with God. It's logos. But Philo was the one bringing it out way before the book of John is written. Philo died back in the 40s. The book of John ain't written till like the 80s or the 90s. 50-something years later. So what are they using? In Greek.
Among some of our circles, but very well known in the Catholic circles. And she was given a chance to speak at the Catholic University of the Sacred Heart. And there she talks about her work. And she really puts it down, because she says Philo is one of the main inspirers of patristic exegesis and the dialectics of apophatic theology. What does all that mean? That Philo influenced the early church fathers in the Trinity. That's what it says.
Philo inspired, influenced the early church fathers concerning the Trinity. All right. If you understand that, give me a 2 up in the chat. Hey, y'all, it ain't me. I'm not even making none of this up. I'm just hitting play. You see? It's time to come up out of it's time to take the blinders off. It's time to start being real with yourself and stop being in denial. Because look, if if you gonna lie to yourself, I don't got a damn thing coming. If you would lie to you, me and you ain't got nothing to talk about. Because you for damn sure gonna lie to me. So if you can't keep it solid with yourself, you have no reason to even open up your mouth and have any type of discussion with Creative Gang, period. Because what we know that's solid, look, if you lie to yourself, Jack, I don't got a damn thing coming. I can't even hope for you to keep it solid with me. How? Look at this.
Philo influenced the patristic fathers in their Christian theology. In other words, Philo's work was considered not by other Jewish people, but they were the writings of Philo were received by the Christian fathers or Catholic fathers, and they took up Philo's work, and with that, the Logos Christology and the teachings of the Trinity, all of that Philo gave us was tremendous influence for the early church fathers. And that is why it's important to know this information. In other words, Christian theology at the beginning got mixed up with Greek philosophy, and it gave us the Trinity. That's how all this came about. Now, if the fathers had stuck to just the Word of God, there would have been no Trinity.
Yeah, whatever. You really don't understand the level and the wars between the false gods and all that, and how the Trinity was established way before it was even the first century Christianity. Trinities and the triune gods is all over this earth. You there? Watch it.
There would have been no Logos Christology. But because they were philosophers, really, they took up Philo's teachings and incorporated them into the Bible and into their works, thus giving us the Trinity and the Logos Christology that goes back to Philo of Alexandria.
In English, eh? Okay. Philo as one of the main inspirers of patristic exegesis and the dialectics of apophatic theology.
Thank you very much. I'm really very, very grateful to the organizers, both fathers and Mario and Maria and all.
That's her name is Dr. Laria Ramelli. Philo is one of the main inspirers of patristic exegesis or / theology. Yeah, I'm not showing y'all Ned the wino or, you know what I mean, an overzealous Israelite. I'm showing you people that actually study this thing. And been out here telling you for years, like, hey, look, make sure you relook at some of this stuff, man. A lot of this stuff got holes in it. And I know you ain't trying to be out there with your flank open, is you? Watch this.
All the organizers, I'm really very, very, very grateful and thankful. So I hope that it's interesting. Of course, now I'm just saying only something, and there would be so much. I hope in the publication there will be really more room in order to develop everything. Of course, the main point is clearly, and this has been already said many times, the variegated influence of Philo on all of patristics, exegesis, patristic theology, and what I call patristic philosophy, because in many cases it's really a re-elaboration of Greek philosophy into Christian theology, and this is patristic philosophy. There's plenty, of course, to say, and has already been studied in Clement, especially in Origen, Eusebius mainly, and of course, Gregory of Nyssa, which is very, very important, Ambrose, and
hold on. Look at them names up there. Yeah, I know Eusebius. That was Constantine's bishop right there. Jerome came out with the Vulgate, you know, St. Augustine. You got Clement up top. You know, we got Clement. We got, you know what I mean? The Nazarene Acts of the Apostles. From the Journal of Tiberius Flavius Clemens or Clement. Boy, hold on. Well, she got them names up there for.
And has already been studied in Clement, especially in Origen, Eusebius mainly, and of course, Gregory of Nyssa, which is very, very important, Ambrose, and patristic philosophy, because in many cases it's really a re-elaboration of Greek philosophy into Christian theology, and this is patristic philosophy. There's plenty, of course, to say, and has already been studied in Clement, especially in Origen, Eusebius mainly, and of course Gregory of Nyssa, which is very, very important.
All influenced by Philo and his works. Clement, Origen, Eusebius, Gregory of Nyssa, Ambrose, Jerome, Augustine.
Ambrose and Jerome and Augustine, and also a very important point I hope to develop a little bit is the relationship between Philo, Jewish binitarianism, and Christian binitarianism.
I hope to develop the relationship between Philo's Jewish binitarianism and Christian binitarianism and Trinitarian theology. The theology of the logos and how it relates to Trinitarian theology. Dang.
Trinitarianism and Trinitarian theology. The theology of the logos and how it relates to Trinitarian theology, Jewish binitarianism has developed in Philo, and the latter, what followed in this. So it's very important. The main thing I would like to say about Origen, and then we get into my theme today, is that I have thoroughly demonstrated elsewhere that Origen tends expressly to, and I think this is key, to refer to Philo as a predecessor precisely in points that are crucial to his scriptural.
Origen refers to Philo. Look at it. This is a church father. An apologist refers to Philo as a predecessor to Origen's own scripture. Allegorical meter. Philo. They telling y'all they using Philo's word. Dang.
His own scriptural allegorical method. I think this is methodologically very, very important. I think I have demonstrated this thoroughly. And so this strongly suggests that Philo was Origen's main inspirer for the very technique of philosophical allegories of scripture, which was so fundamentally.
Philo was Origen's main inspiration for the very technique of philosophical and allegorical reasons of scripture. Bag drop, boy. I don't even know what else is there to say. We actually could end it right now, but we're gonna keep going. What else is there to say behind any of this? You got your church fathers who are using the works of a Hellenized Jew, a rich Hellenized Jew from Alexandria named Philo, whose nephew was married to Bernice the Herodian, who was the bed wench of Titus, right? That's crazy. Whose nephew was married to Bernice, the great-granddaughter of Herod the Great, who was a bed wench to Titus, and whose nephew Tiberius Julius Alexander is the one that sacked Jerusalem, second in command to Titus. Herodians, Alexanders, Flavians, and this whole political climate. This is the political powder keg that the New Testament was created in. You no longer can say it wasn't because your church fathers are using Philo. And when you go to John 1:1, in the beginning was the word, and look up word, it's the logos. Let me show y'all, you ain't playing no games, man. Somebody better tell these young boys that I do's this. Share this with y'all, man. Dang, that's crazy how they come in. That deal say the deity of Jesus Christ. And that's the problem. That's the problem. The deity. Nah, man. No man, no angel, no savior, no God, no Lord is to be worshipped. Only the creator is served or worship, if you want to use that word, through the righteous work that you do for others. No man, no woman, no God, no goddess, no Lord, no savior. None of that is to be worshipped, prayed to, or any of that. You see? So right here in John 1:1, that the videos on Philo been talking about, right? You got the deity of Jesus Christ. So in the beginning was the word. Let's click on word. Philo, the first one bringing it. The New Testament writers are using it. What's the word? Logos. Logos. They use Philo for that.
Strong's G 3056. Logos.
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 You know, we're going to say logos. Sound weird. Logos. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. They use Philo, man. Speech, a word uttered by a living voice, embodies a conception or idea. Go on down, do your thing. I mean, what is a declared? A thought, declaration, aphorism, a weighty saying, a dictum, a maxim. But notice it's a logos. In the beginning was logos. Logos. And Philo was the one that came out with the logos. Like, man, look, y'all better stop that. Stop while you're ahead, man. Yeah. The logo. All right, bang. Logos. That is crazy. All right, let's finish this off real quick. Philo was Origen's main inspiration for the very technique, philosophical and allegorical reasons of Scripture.
In Origen and was already fundamental in Philo. And so that Origen, so both was well aware of this and acknowledged his depth fully. And so this is just a methodological remark that then will be developed more fully in the written part. But today.
So as you can see, there are PhDs or doctors in theology that do believe that Philo influenced the early church fathers. As you could see in William Lane Craig's presentation, he points to the apostolic fathers that they got everything from Philo. And then Dr. Ramelli points to the ante-Nicene fathers as also taking up the allegorical applications of Philo of Alexandria. And she culminates by saying that Origen took everything that.
So anti-Nicene is before the Nicene era and during the Nicene era. They were both influenced by Philo. They both influenced by him. There's some brews out there that hang they hat on Philo. You like, man, you don't even know how deep this goes.
Philo had, and he copied it. That's just the truth of what it is. One last thing. Because someone has by saying that Origen took everything that Philo had and he copied it.
Origen took everything Philo had and he did what? Copied it. Y'all want to talk around plagiarism? What's taken from what? You don't even know what you involved in, man. You did. We just blind religious robots, religious devotees, regurgitating what Scripture or what Bible says or what any book says. You know what I mean? You doing all that without even trying or testing what it is. Yeah. Let's go show some Flavians. A little more connection with these Flavians real quick, family. You know I know. You know I got you. I'm gonna go show y'all something, and then we're gonna pull something up. All right, right here. That was a good one, conversation. We're gonna watch a little bit of this. So I got to do commentaries. Like we pull up videos and watch them.
Who was Jesus? Is he a historical character? Who wrote the Gospels? Why are they written in Greek? Why did they have a pro-Roman perspective? Why was the religion headquartered in Rome? Those were the mysteries that I saw about the Gospels.
The origin of the Christian religion has been a subject steeped in mystery for nearly 2,000 years. Joseph Atwell is one of a number of scholars today from all around the world who are questioning the historic facts behind these ancient mysteries. When examining the actual history of this era, many of the answers provided by the Church and Christian scholars do not hold up to rigorous scrutiny.
This is really important for our culture, to understand where Christianity came from.
No doubt Christians have done a lot of good for the world. But then there are other Christians, often the most dogmatic, who create wars, hatred, and other harm under the disguise of religion. In studying how Christianity emerged, many of our scholars agree that it was used as a political tool to control the masses of the day, and it is still being used this way today.
The problem is that Christianity has been used as a tool by government that uses the goodness in people against them.
That's the beast. Christianity is one part of the beast. Ain't nothing peaceful about it either. Nothing but bloodshed. Bloodshed. Warfare.
For example, support for the wars in the Middle East has been preached to evangelical Christians as a way to speed up the end of days. This is just one example of the way that propaganda is used to control and manipulate the populace. Actually, according to my study of the ancient texts, the second coming of the Christ has already occurred.
The finest military men in the empire were the Flavians, Vespasian and his son Titus.
Vespasian and Titus were military men. They spent a great deal of their life outside of Rome. For over a decade, they had waged war against the Druids in Brittany and Gaul. Vespasian and Titus were successful in essentially destroying the Druids. They left behind no historical record of their existence.
And it's the Flavians that Nero calls upon when he needs to suppress the Jews' rebellion in Judea.
Nero responded by asking his best general, Vespasian, and his son Titus to go into Judea with a huge army, 70,000 troops, and a similar number of support individuals. So they meant business. The Romans came down to crush the rebellion.
In the year 66 CE, the Flavians begin their military campaign against the Jews. They start further north in Galilee, where the first of three key events takes place. They destroy the Jewish towns of Galilee. They also capture a Jewish rebel who later becomes a critical figure in the formulation of Christianity.
This is where they captured one of the leaders of the rebellion, a Jew named Josephus Bar Matthias. Now, Josephus presented himself to the Flavians as a prophet.
He survived. He survived apparently by telling Vespasian that the prophecies of the Jews pointed out that Vespasian would become emperor. And of course,
you see that? Josephus, he said he survived and you sold out. Y'all agreed y'all would kill yourself. You know what I mean? If the Romans ever captured y'all, and all your homeboys killed themselves, and you said you went on outside and told Vespasian that he was the emperor, that he fulfills Numbers, the 24th chapter. So all that you was fighting for was irrelevant. Look at this.
He did. So Vespasian quite liked Josephus. He used him as a translator in his entourage. He used him to appeal to the rebels to surrender.
At this point, Josephus became a turncoat and worked with the Flavians against the rebellion.
Meanwhile, chaos is increasing back in Rome, where Nero's rule is being threatened.
In the year 68, the Senate found the courage to depose Nero and he committed suicide. Now, in that circumstance, Vespasian was a prime candidate to become emperor.
In the middle of this war, Vespasian returned to Rome and seized the throne. The Flavians then became the imperial family.
With Vespasian...
There they go. Remember that. That's the imperial family right there. Right there. Vespasian, Titus, and Domitian.
Becoming the new Caesar in Rome, Titus stays behind on the battlefield and sets his sights on Jerusalem, where the other two key events take place. Titus encircles Jerusalem with a wall, and finally he razes the temple, leaving not one stone atop another.
It took a while. They eventually had to bring on starvation by building a wall, a barricade entirely enveloping the city.
What happens, of course, is the temple in 70 is completely destroyed.
For the Jews, it was the ultimate calamity because, of course, this was the house of their God, and it was destroyed by the Romans quite thoroughly. Titus, of course, was the victor of this great siege. Titus carried the spoils of this captured city back to Rome for his triumph. He took the treasures of the temple, their famous 7-branch candlestick. You can see it on the Arch of Titus in Rome. It celebrates that tremendous victory of Rome again triumphant. And Titus, of course, is the hero of the day.
All of the artifacts from the temple that they seized, they put on public display in what they refer to as the Palace of Peace, except for one item. The Jewish scripture, Josephus records that the Flavians took and placed in their private palace.
Hold on. So when the Romans took down Jerusalem and sacked the temple and took all those precious jewels, they took scripture with them too. Everything else was put on public display, but the Hebrew scriptures were put up in the palace of the Flavians, according to Josephus. And again, remember, the New Testament, when the dust settles, is coming from overseas, from Rome, from the very people who just destroyed Jerusalem, in Greek. Boy, it get real Mickey and tricky, don't it?
Or no one was allowed to see it.
Although Titus Flavius successfully ended the rebellion in Judea, another rebellion soon broke out in Alexandria, Egypt. The Flavians were clear that this...
The Alexandria in Egypt, they're the Alexanders. And we all know who was Titus' second in command, right? Tiberius Julius Alexander, a Jew. And he's the one putting down rebellion in Judea and in Alexander. You see, the Judeans wasn't going for it, period. Not the real ones, the aristocrats and the sellouts. They worked behind the scenes with the Romans to destroy this war, to destroy those who were rising up, and to pacify the spirit afterwards through propaganda. That's what you're dealing with. You're dealing with post-war propaganda.
was not the end of the Jewish Messianic movement. They also recognized that it was the Jews' Messianic literature that was fueling this movement. So once they captured the Jewish scripture, they had all other copies of it destroyed.
Oh, really? Really? Control their history. If we got the Jewish or the Hebrew scripture, whatever else is out there, destroy it. Destroy it. Look at this.
And that's why the Dead Sea Scrolls had to have been buried in a cave, because that was the only way they could be saved.
And that's also proof that a lot of the pseudepigraphers and all that everybody be reading is that all that's after the war too. And pseudepigrapher actually means false writings. Pseudo. A lot of that was written after the war in 70 in Greek.
Safe from the Roman destruction. There was not a single scrap of literature found from the Messianic movement until the scrolls were discovered. That's why they're such a treasure, because they're the only real voice of the Messianic movement that we have.
And the real voice of the Jews must...
No, what he said, only real voice of the Messianic movement from the first century is found in the scrolls. Let me hit you with something. A lot of the scrolls were fragmented. And even though they were discovered in the mid-40s, they weren't released to the public to the 90s. So the Vatican still, Rome still had 50 years, you know what I mean, to redact and edit and adjust a few things. And you feel me? Watch this.
The Messianic movement, according to our scholars, was violent and militaristic, not the pacifistic version depicted in the Gospels.
War against Rome was a Messianic war. So that's why I say that the scrolls are not only the literature of the Messianic movement in Palestine, they're also the literature of the war against Rome.
The Romans needed to subdue the Jews' religion, So they set about influencing it and changing it.
It's because if the war is ideological, then there's nothing you can do. You can try to kill all of them. It don't matter. They still gonna fight and bang until it's over. So they figure out, well, us killing them is not stifling this spirit. It's not quelling or quenching this spirit. They still thirsty, right? So now they come up with propaganda. It's the same thing that the feds did with the Black Panthers, COINTELPRO. Rome just ran an ancient COINTELPRO. You know what I mean? And used Saul of Tarsus, Paul. Used him too. He was an agent used in, you know what I mean, this war of information, or if you want to call it a Cold War, like the US and Russia was in a Cold War for a long time, basically a war of information. And that's what they did. They committed a war of information against Israel to shut down that rebellious uprising spirit against Rome. You see? Watch this.
They realize they can't destroy the Jewish religion altogether. That's not their objective. They realize they're sensible enough to realize that they can't do that. So what you have to do is try to create a type of Judaism that is benign. And
you got to create a type of Judaism that gets along with Massa. Don't destroy it. We just create one that, we throw out there as something that promotes our agenda.
It's exactly coinciding with the rise of the Flavian dynasty is the arrival of two benign.
With the rise of the Flavians, look on the screen, y'all. Remember I said earlier, if you over here arguing you a non-messianic or a messianic Israelite, or you over here arguing if you a Christian, or the difference between you and rabbinic Judaism, listen to me. Both sides of it are the results of some sellout Negroes. There would be no rabbinic Judaism had not Rabbi YAH'KI got snuck out of Jerusalem in a casket and jumped out that sucker and told Vespasian that he fulfills Numbers 24. Same thing Josephus did. Right? So for that, the rabbi was given universities and land, and as long as he would teach the form of Judaism that was opposite of the zealots who they were warned against. You see that? Them niggas sold out, man. All of them sold out. They were sellouts. So if you arguing over any of that today, you're arguing over the children of sellouts. The real ones died on it. They stood on it and died for it. You know what I mean?
Forms of Jewish ideology.
It's during this period that a new literature enters history, which describes a peace-loving, turn-the-other-cheek preaching Jewish Messiah named Jesus Christ. But if the Flavians wrote the Gospels, how could a Roman family know how to write Jewish literature that refers to Jewish prophecy? The answer lies in the Flavians' collaborations with a number of Jewish intellectuals, beginning with their own court historian, Josephus.
Oh, how would a Roman family know anything about Hebrew literature? There's a whole bunch of Hebrew and Jewish aristocratic children that were educated right along with little Flavius. Right along with little Suetonius.
Josephus arrives back in Rome with Titus. He becomes an adopted member of the Flavian family. An amazing turn of events for the Jewish turncoat. He becomes
the Jewish sellout. Call it for what it is. Look what he becomes.
Flavius Josephus. Josephus at this time begins writing the history of the war. And he records that Titus gave him the Jewish scripture. Josephus's histories have all.
Man, look, when you get into that war of the Jews back there and reread that sucker, hey, listen to me. Your mind gonna be so blown, you're gonna be like, wow, man, I can't even believe all this is in there. And it's right in there, y'all. Right in Josephus' works. Some of y'all need to get his biography too. He got an autobiography. Testimonium Flavium. Testimony of the Flavians. I'm like, this dude, very bad.
Always been associated with the origins of Christianity.
Time and again, you can find parallels between what Josephus writes and what turns up in the Gospels. It's a powerful evidence of their true origin.
That's right.
In reading the works of Josephus side by side with the Gospels, scholars have noticed parallels between the two works. It appears as though the history of Josephus records events that fulfill the prophecies of the Old and New Testaments. Early Christians understood this connection. In fact, when the Bible first began to be printed in the Middle Ages, it included the history of Josephus.
He was employed to write the
How many of y'all knew that? When the Bible first started getting published in the mid and Middle Ages, right? It was published with a complete works of Flavius Josephus. Why would the Christian Bible be published with a complete works of Flavius Josephus? Who wasn't a Christian? Who wasn't a Christian at all?
History that we have. The other histories from this period have been destroyed ruthlessly by the Romans.
You don't have no other first century history but that. You think that's a coincidence too? No other first century history do you have but this. Everything else been destroyed. You ain't got nothing really to corroborate it now. Look at it.
Josephus tells us this in very chilling passages, how the Romans exerted complete control of the literature of this period. The
Romans had complete control of the literature during this period. Yeah, I don't even know what I'm saying. Like, so for people to be running their mouth and acting like we done fell off and lost the light and all that, no, we done dove down even deeper and went to higher light. And what I'm showing y'all today, these are not my words. Just showing you what I done ran across. Like, man, look at this stuff, man. You dig? You sure you know what you worshiping? You sure you worshiping the Almighty God? Are you sure? Look at this.
Alternative histories of the Jewish war written. Well, the Romans rounded up the writers of those histories and executed them. They rounded up all the copies of those histories and destroyed them. That is to say, they ruthlessly wiped out any alternative history, so that the only history we have is written by Josephus. And let's remember who Josephus was.
Chief propagandist of the Flavian dynasty, and he was very, very successful. He moved back to Rome. He was given an apartment in the emperor's own townhouse, and he was appointed the chronicler of the Roman Jewish War, using Vespasian's own diaries of the events.
Also in the pages of his history, Josephus declares that the Jews' Messiah or Christ is none other than Flavius Vespasian and his dynastic family.
To put it succinctly, Josephus says that there was a prophecy that a world ruler would come out of Palestine. The Jews thought this applied to one of their own. They were wrong in their interpretations. He used the most cynical interpretation. He applied it to the rise of the Roman emperor in Palestine.
Josephus recorded that the Messianic prophecies foresaw not a Jew, but Vespasian and his dynasty. In fact,
so anybody that knows anything about Numbers 24:17, you know about the star of Jacob, the prophecy in that. Do you realize that the father of rabbinical Judaism and Flavius Josephus, when Jerusalem was being destroyed, both told Vespasian, the general, before he was Caesar, that you fulfill the prophecies in Numbers 24:17. They came outside and called Vespasian Messiah. Messiah. Right? Look, the very scripture that the zealots are fighting over. They understand that a ruler got to come out of Israel and destroy everyone that's coming against them. So him and the little rabbi come on outside and say, well, that prophecy is fulfilled dealing with Vespasian and his son Titus, who came in his father's name. Josephus is writing this 2,000 years ago. Crazy.
All of the Flavian historians recorded that the Flavian Caesar was the Christ.
The Flavian Caesar was the Christ. Wow.
It was important to the Flavians that they be seen as the Christ, as divine and godlike, and this was not mere vanity. The Julio-Claudians before them had already established that presenting themselves as gods was a powerful tool in controlling their subjects. When the Flavians took over the throne, they inherited an enormous bureaucracy that was already in place, the imperial cult.
They inherited the imperial cult. Y'all see this?
Which was dedicated to promoting the idea of Caesar as a god.
The Roman imperial cult is dedicated to promoting Caesar as God. Now, I find it quite ironic that Vespasian was declared God, and then his son Titus is a son of God and came in Vespasian's name. They had the exact same name. Exact same name, same order and everything. Man.
Another part of the puzzle is the Roman imperial cult. Why is it important? Well, because it coincides with that same period of time as the emergence of the Christ cult.
You had a whole social community. The whole social structure of these conquered territories was governed by the imperial cult. And if you wanted to succeed, the key social community to join was the imperial cult, because that's where all the movers and shakers were.
This idea of the emperor becoming an object of worship was well established in the Roman system before Vespasian and Titus came along. It was prevalent in all major centers. It had its own priesthood. There was a ceremony, an annual celebration, annual games for the imperial cult. Now, it had many characteristics which would later color the Christian cult.
Oh.
It grew in the same centers. It made claims that were later transferred to Christ.
The Julio-Claudians had claimed that they were of divine descent and that they were therefore legitimate. Their power base was the Roman aristocracy, the Roman nobility. All of that collapsed into this power vacuum. Vespasian was declared emperor by the troops, by the Roman army. So effectively, it was a military coup. With the change of dynasty, they have to create a whole mythology to legitimize that dynasty. At the same time, they're creating a whole mythology to counter Jewish messianism. Somewhere along the line, those two things get mixed together.
When Vespasian died, Titus began the process of having his father deified. This is a complicated process because only the Roman Senate can bestow on an individual the title of deus or God. Titus came to the Senate and presented evidence that the life of his father had been divine. Certainly this would have included the military campaign that the Flavians waged through Judea. And it's at this time I think the Gospels were written, because the theological structure in the Gospels of a God the Father and the Son of God is the same one that Titus would have been presenting to the Roman Senate. Well, the Roman Senate did accept Titus's evidence, and Vespasian was deified and became a god. Titus therefore became a son of God.
The Senate declared Vespasian, the father of Titus, God. Therefore, Titus, the conqueror of Jerusalem, whose second in command was Tiberius Julius Alexander, a Jew. That makes him the son of God.
The Arch of Titus that still stands in modern Rome today is inscribed with a dedication to the divine Titus, son of the divine Vespasian, or son of a god.
Yeah, there goes Senate at top, Vespasian down here at the bottom to the left.
God. This imperial cult, set up to worship Caesar as God, also provided the basis for the structure of the Roman Catholic Church.
Now, the rituals, paraphernalia, and symbols of paganism were transferred wholesale to the Christian church.
But transferred wholesale. The symbols, the regalia, the churches, all of it.
The most obvious and clear example is where the title of the pagan chief priest of Rome, the Pontifex
Maximus. Remember I told y'all, that's what Caesar held, which means he the top dog and high priest. before there was a pope. The pope holds Pontifex Maximus today. But initially, that was a title that Caesar, who more than likely was a general before that, held. Pontifex Maximus.
Maximus became the title of the Pope, the Christian Pope. If you look at who held the original bishop positions in the Catholic Church in those early times, you will see that they are members of the same pagan aristocracy.
All the bishops were members of a pagan aristocracy, huh? Man, you got to really trip off all this, man. Bishops and deacons. And where the hell does all this come from? Niggas I heard calling themselves bishops. I'm deacon so-and-so. Nigga, I'm a bishop. It's like, what? Do you even know what you're saying? Look at it.
They simply changed their clothing a little bit. They wore the same garments, but they wore slightly different headdresses. They had become from being a priest of a pagan cult to being a priest of Rome.
Where the Vatican now stands, there was once a pagan temple which celebrated the mysteries of a dying and resurrecting God.
Co-author, this is Timothy Freak, co-author of the Jesus Mysteries and Jesus of the Lost Goddess. Y'all check that out when y'all get a chance.
Who wasn't Jesus. There are many churches in Rome, I've been to a few, where you go above into the church and there is Jesus, and you go underneath and there's a little sanctuary of Mithras. And it's basically the same thing.
So Mithras, there go the pagan god Mithras.
The Roman plot to invent Christianity is just so clever when you think about it. Through the Pope, who is God's representative on earth, they no longer needed expensive standing armies, wars, and punishment of disobedient peasants. They could, through religion, rule their subjects.
Over time, Roman Christianity propagated throughout the empire by
Wait, I ain't done yet. I'm gonna show y'all something. I ain't done yet. Y'all get some understanding. Go ahead and give me a 4 up in the chat, man. Bless it. I see all y'all in the building. Roman and Jewish conspiracies, Herodians, Alexanders, and Flavians, man. Flavians. Let's go look at some of this. Go look at some of this, man. Mad at your bro. They be pissed at me. Man, what you always talking about all this stuff, man? Dang. Let me show y'all something. All right, because based off that Roman providence, they're saying that the Gospels were written or given the authority to start being written from the Flavian imperial court. Right now, you may look at that and say, nah, man, that's reaching, that's laughable and all that extra. Yeah, but watch this right here. I'm going to show you this. I found this very, very interesting, to be honest. Man. Watch this. Watch this. Dang, hold on. Don't get mad at your brother, man. Just your brother. Just your brother. All right, let's look at some of this. We ain't hiding that. We put it right in your face. Shout out to my Nazarenes and the Saints in the building, baby. This right here is the Nazarene Acts of the Apostles or the Recognitions of Clement. The Nazarene Acts of the Apostles, the Recognitions of Clement. Now see that? And this goes into the preaching of Peter, the ascents of James, excerpts from Clement's homilies, excellent read, I might add, and the Arabic Sinai summary from the journal of who? T. Flavius Clement. Clement of Rome, y'all, was a Flavian. 1st century. And this proved that the Flavians were writing about a Jesus, a James, a Peter. quote unquote Christianity. This goes back to, if this is his journal, then this is first century. It's first century. And this is something that we read as, you know, when I got into the Nazarene and Saint literature, I started reading it, which is an excellent read, I might add. It's a powerful read. But nonetheless, remember Joseph Atwill's, the author of Caesar's Messiah, his whole theory or claim is that the Gospels were written under the authority of the Flavians after the destruction of Jerusalem by Titus. You dig? Come to find out, we have what's called the Clementine Homilies and the Nazarene Acts of the Apostles, or the Recognitions of Clement. And it just so happened that the one who penned this, the author of the Nazarene Acts or the Recognitions of Clement, is Clement, but Clement is a Flavian. His name is Tiberius Flavius Clemens. So this is proof right here, dealing with the Nazarene lit. This is proof that the Flavians were writing about a Jesus, a James, a John, a Peter, the whole thing in the first century. They were writing about it because Clement was a Flavian. Clement was a Flavian. Crazy part about it, look who mentioned Clement. Philippians 4:3. Clement's in the Bible. And this is Paul writing about Clement. Don't worry, we're going to end this thing with Paul. I'm going to show y'all what's up with him too. He's a Herodian. He tapped into the imperial court too. Clement is mentioned in the Bible. Most don't know it. All right. These women have struggled for the good word or the good gospel along with me, with Clement and all my other fellow workers whose names are written in the scroll of life. Saul of Tarsus, Philippians 4:3. Clement is in the Bible. Clement was a Flavian. So that means Clement and the Flavians were writing about all this. They were writing about this because, again, Clement is a blood relative of Titus and Domitian and Vespasian. He's a Flavian. And Paul brings him up in the Bible. Who was Saul of Tarsus? Who was that? I'm going to show you too. Show you his connection. Somebody better tell these young boys that I do's this. All right. Don't get mad at me. I'm just your brother, man. It's all good. Let me show y'all this though. All right. All right, let me show y'all this right here. It is. Right here. Let's go read about your boy. Let's read about your boy Clement right here. This ain't a game. I read this and was like, dang, they're going to proof right there. And then trip off this Joseph Atwill and them and James Valiant, they never quote the Nazarene Acts of the Apostles or the Recognitions of Clement to prove that the Flavians did have their hand in writing Greek Gospels and Greek literature and infusing Greek thought into Hebrew thought or Greek mythology into Hebrew. The Flavians were responsible for that. How do we know? Clement is a Flavian. Huh? And he's a pope right after Peter. They call Clement the next pope. But I'm gonna show you how they try to hide dude though. Watch this. Now look at this. As a young man of great education, so that means he was educated in the Greek way of understanding. Look at this. As a young man of great education and position, cousin to who? Emperors Vespasian, Titus, and Domitian. Sit your monkey ass down somewhere, man. That's what I'm saying. Like, you can't even get around that one. Clement of Rome is a blood relative of the men who destroyed Jerusalem. And they are the ones writing the Gospels in the New Testament by the time the dust settles. It's coming from Rome in Greek, from those who've been educated. There it is right there. He's family with them. Now, he grew up smelling their farts and everything. They family. Look at this. As a young man of great education and position, cousin to emperors Vespasian, Titus, and Domitian. Really? That's crazy. Clement agreed to record Kepha or Peter's acts and teaching for posterity as a favor to James the Just, overseer of the assembly at Jerusalem and brother to the Messiah. So you got the Flavian connection dealing with James and all them back then. Yet as a Gentile God-fearer, Clement was not allowed to eat with the greater disciples until his full conversion, when he would be judged spiritually prepared for immersion into the Nazarene faith of Jerusalem assembly. Though Clement eventually became Peter's successor, throughout most of these writings, he is, along with several others, on the outer edge of the circle, moving toward the center. This book also includes letters from Kepha to James, or Kepha to Yaakov, James, instructing the Jerusalem assembly what has to be done with his preaching, that is, with this Clement's journal, and especially how the assembly should guard it from his enemy, who was either Simon Magus or who? Saul of Tarsus, which a lot of people say are one and the same. You know what I mean? So, yeah, check that out, man. Your boy Clement was actually a Flavian. He was actually a Flavian, man. What is going on here? What's going on with him, Ray? That boy's a Flavian. Him downstairs is a Flavian. Really? Okay, well, let's go track him down. And then we're going to end it with your boy Saul, oh, Lawless Saulus. We're going to end with your boy Paul of Tarsus. Everybody love Paul. Everybody love him. All right. Let's go look my boy Tiberius Flavius Clemens up real quick. I wonder if there are any modern day Flavians who changed their name. Dreadful Cosmos say, oh, Lion Zion is a Flavian. Yeah, man. Yeah, that's crazy. All right, present this. Let me show this real quick, family. Now look at this. He is right here. He is right here. He the one that wrote the Nazarene Axle. We do have proof that Flavians are writing. They are writing about a first century quote unquote movement. They did. But it's highly suspect that they are the ones writing it. They are the ones that destroyed Jerusalem. How in the hell, how the hell are you writing it? And what are you writing it for? What are you writing it for? Look at there. Titus Flavius Clemens. Look at it. Was a Roman politician and cousin of the Emperor Domitian, which means he's a cousin of Titus and nephew to Vespasian, with whom he served as counsel from January to April in AD 95. Shortly after leaving the consulship, Clemens was executed, allegedly for atheism. Although the exact circumstances remain unclear, over time, he came to be regarded as an early what? Christian martyr. How in the hell is he killed for atheism, but he's known as a Christian martyr? How? What he was doing? Why would he be regarded as a Christian martyr? Really, look at this. I found this very interesting right here too, because you start running into these names when you get into the whole Flavian Piso conspiracy. I found this crazy. I actually found this crazy who Clement father and all them was. And these names, Sabinus and all them, you run right into when you get into that authorship of the New Testament dealing with the Piso and the Flavian conspiracy. And guess who names you run into? Sabinus and all them. Look at this. Clemens was the son of Titus Flavius Sabinus, Consul Suffectus in AD 69, and brother of Titus Flavius Sabinus, Consul in AD 82. The Emperor Vespasian was his paternal great uncle, while the Emperors Titus and Domitian were his father's cousins. Y'all see this? As a child, Clemens was besieged along with his family in the capital while his great uncle Vespasian's soldiers were approaching Rome. His grandfather, Vespasian's brother, T. Flavius Sabinus, consul in AD 47, was captured and slain by the forces of Vitellius, who burnt the capital, but the rest of the family escaped. Clemen's brother was consul with Domitian shortly after the latter's accession, but the emperor put his cousin to death on the pretext that the herald proclaiming him consul had called him imperator. Suetonius claims that Domitian was motivated by his love for his cousin's wife, Julia who? Flavia. You can't make none of this stuff up, man. Where we at? Right here. By his love for his cousin's wife, Julia Flavia. Who the hell is Julia Flavia? What was that? Julia Flavia. There she is. Julia Flavia, or Flavia Julia, also nicknamed Julia Titi, was the daughter of Roman Emperor Titus. And his first wife, Arsenia Tertulia. Look at this. See, we got to run right into the Piso family. See, I didn't know Clement's father was old boy Sabinus. I ain't Titus Flavius Sabinus. I ain't even know that. Now look at this. Look at this right here. Julia was born in Rome to Titus and Arsenia Tertulia. She was named for Tertullia's mother, Julia Ursa. Her mother was either divorced or died when Julia was an infant. Her father later remarried to Marcia Fernelia, with whom he had another daughter who was presumed to have died young. In 65, after the failure of the who? Pisonian, there go the Pisos. The Pisonian conspiracy, the family Fernelia was disfavored by Nero. Julia's father, Titus, concluded that he did not want to be connected with any potential plotters and ended his marriage to Julia's stepmother. Julia was likely raised by her maternal grandmother and the wet nurse Phyllis, who had already reared Julia's uncle Domitian as a child. Look at this, marriage. When growing up, Titus offered her in marriage to his brother Domitian, but he refused because of his infatuation with Domitia Longina. That's what it say. That Longina, baby. Later, she married her second paternal cousin, Titus Flavius Sabinus. She married her second paternal cousin, Titus Flavius Sabinus, brother to consul Titus Flavius Clement. There go Clement right there, y'all. Who married her first cousin, Flavia Domitilia. Dang, Clement. Man, look at all these Flavians everywhere, man. What is going on? What you say, boy? Flav. Come on, man. Now, who is this one? So we got Flavia. What's this heifer name? Julia Flavia. Now we got Clement married Julia Flavia's first cousin, Flavia Domitilia. Now, who is this? This is starting to get crazy around here, man. Flavia Domitilia was a Roman noblewoman of the 1st century AD. She was a granddaughter of Emperor Vespasian and a niece of Emperors Titus and Domitian. She married her second cousin, the consul Titus Flavius Clemens, a grandnephew of Vespasian. Look at this nigga Clement, man. Look at this. Come on, man. The consul Titus Flavius Clemens, a grandnephew of Vespasian through his father, Titus Flavius Sabinus. It's all connected, y'all. All these Flavians, boy. Yeah, everywhere. Shit, they ass like roaches. Yeah, Flavians. Yeah. I find that pretty wild that Clement is a Flavian. They all marrying cousins. This is a family affair with them. Now look, so watch how they try to hide Clement though. So who think there's a difference between Titus Flavius Clemens and Clement of Rome? Look at this. Remember that Titus Flavius Clemens, the one who wrote Clement. I wrote the Clement time homilies in the Nazarene Acts. He was murdered, but he was later put up or died as a Christian martyr, they say. Now look at Clement of Rome. And I'm thinking it's the one and the same dude, man. One and the same dude. You dig? Look at this. Pope Clement. Because the Clement in the Nazarene Acts goes on to be Pope. Peter's successor. Look at this. And he's Titus Flavius Clemens. Pope Clement I, 35 AD to 99 AD, was Bishop of Rome in the late 1st century AD. He is listed by Irenaeus and Tertullian as the Bishop of Rome. Pontiff or Sovereign Pontiff is the Bishop of Rome, holding office from 88 AD to his death in 99 AD. So during the Flavian area, that was from 69 to 96. He is considered to be the first apostolic father of the church. One of the 3 chief ones together were Polycarp and Ignatius of Antioch. Now look what it says. Few details are known about Clement's life. So I'm like, nah. Clement was said to have been consecrated by Peter the Apostle. Okay, well, that means this Clement is Tiberius Flavius Clement. The Clement who wrote the Clementine homilies and the recognitions of Clement. It's the same dude if he's Peter's successor. And he is known to have been a lead member of the church in Rome in the late 1st century. Early church lists placed him as the 2nd or 3rd bishop of Rome. The Catholic Church lists him as the 4th pope. The Liber Pontificalis states that Clement died in Greece in the 3rd year of Emperor Trajan's reign, or 101 AD. Eusebius, in his book Church History, mentions Clement as the 3rd bishop of Rome and the co-laborer of Paul. Look at that. You know what I mean? But him and dude over here is one and the same dude. You know what I mean? They ain't doing nothing but making each other. Because remember, the Clement over here, what was he? He was later mystified as a what? As a Christian martyr. Oh, not him. Right here. Titus. Right here. Share this. He was later what? As a Christian martyr. He came to be regarded as an early Christian martyr. That's him right there. Cousin of your boys in them. See? You can't make this type of stuff up, man. You can't make this type of stuff up. Flavians everywhere. Herodians everywhere. Alexanders everywhere, y'all. And they all connected. They all connected. Let's show you your boy Paul, though. Let's go show Saul of Tarsus. He connected too. He connected too. We're going to land our plane with Saul today. I think we did enough. I got some more stuff, though, man. I got a book called St. Paul and Roman Intelligence. Good night, boy. Good night. Now, hey, that's it, Longina, man. Y'all leave me alone with all that, man. But this right here, y'all, is the Google Doc I did when I had to cook Polo Rizzo over there on the Source Debate League. I didn't get a chance to get deep down into this is the end of my 3rd round. I really didn't get a chance to dive deep, you know what I mean, and slow roll this with y'all. But we about to go ahead and connect the whole thing. Now, y'all getting an understanding, go ahead and throw a vortex up in the chat. Love and light. What's up, baby? Yeah, I got you. Let's go ahead and do your thing. I'll be up there. I got you, baby girl. This what you want? Come on, come get it. Little girl. Here. Do your thing. All right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no doubt. Just me. Right, bro. I see Dion in the building. What up, Dion? Good to see the bro. Mm-hmm. All right. Well, there's some of the stuff. I had a debate a couple months back whether Paul was solid or not. This is actually in my third round. Go back up right free. Cook the boy Paul. The boy Paul is an Herodian. Roman citizenship and all type of stuff, man. Go was straight. And it's crazy because there's all type of cats that swear by this cat Saul of Tarsus. It was my round 3. You dig? I got a chance to get into round 3, but I ain't get a chance to finish it. I'm gonna kill the whole thing and I just bomb it all. Just leave bomb shrapnel everywhere. You feel me? But Polar Rizzo got cooked. All them cats got cooked, man. It was easy. But you know, the bros and them really sit down. We should really like we play ball for real. And that's what I want to let everybody know. We play ball. Hold on. Give me a second. Yeah, when I say we play ball, meaning we really study. We really like stay up late hours and hardly sleep and put this work in just so y'all can get the understanding. You know what I mean? Y'all tap in with the bros, man. We ain't the ones out here reading stuff and purposely lying to you, hoping you ain't gonna go check it. No, fact check us. Fact check us. There ain't no ego involved with it. Hold on, y'all gotta go back up there till I'm done. I'm almost done. All right, I got you. And your business. What's up, Jeremiah? A little joker. All right, go ahead. I'll be up there in a minute. All right. So look right here. Saul of Tarsus, his Roman and Herodian connections. Man, oh man. Man, oh man. Man, oh man. All right, let me get these little jokers. These little jokers ain't gonna let me. Hold on. Give me 1 second, yeah. My bad, family. You know how it is. You can't let the inmates run the asylum now. All right, Saul of Tarsus and his Roman and Herodian connections. Now, this right here is actually in Romans 16:11, y'all. It says, salute Herodian, my kinsman. Greet them to be of the household of narcissists. That's the sister's favorite word today. A nigga named Narcissus, which are in the Lord. Romans 16:11, Saul of Tarsus. Notice Saul's a relative of Herod the Great, the imposter Edomite king of Judah. Watch this. All right, Paul is saying salute Herodian, his kinsman. Now, some may say, Mally, that don't mean they're related, Mally. Watch this. Watch this. I tell these boys I do this. This is what's called your parallel New Testament. Includes authors' Syriac footnotes, comparing 3 popular translations, which all predate the King James, I might add. Everything I'm about to read predates the KJV. So we're reading, so it's three New Testaments put side by side. You got the English translation of the Peshitta. You got the New Testament translation from the Syriac Peshitta version. And you got the New Testament translation according to the Eastern text. All right, so we're going to examine this Romans 16:11. Oh, man, what do we have here? That's Romans 16:11. Let's get up closer so we can see. What is Paul saying? As for the peace of the sons of the house of Aristobulus, as the peace of Herodian, my who? Relative. My relative. Paul related. Paul bloodline. Like Bernice, a Herodian. Married into the Alexanders. The brother of the cat she married was the one that helped Titus destroy Jerusalem. Their uncle Philo is the one that's directly responsible for Greek Greek thought into Hebrew culture. He was a Hellenist Jew. Everything from the Logos to the Trinity to a lot of things that are that you call supplemental and like a bedrock for Christianity. Philo of Alexandria, or Philo Judaeus, the uncle of Tiberius Julius Alexander, the Jew who destroyed Jerusalem under Titus, whose brother was married to Bernice the Herodian. And now even Paul is an Herodian, saying he's related to the Herodians. As the piece of Herodian, my relative. So he's on record saying he related. That may not be good enough for you. I understand. Okay, so not only is Saul of Tarsus a bloodline relative of Herod the Great, he also had Roman citizenship. Did any of the apostles have Roman citizenship? No. Did Yahshua have Roman citizenship? No. Yahshua never had Roman citizenship. All right, let me show y'all this real quick. That's real quick. Notice we read earlier too, the Alexanders that were in Egypt had Roman citizenship. So what is really going on here? Let's see what's really going on. Hold on one second. Let's make sure I ain't got it already pulled up down there. Okay, I don't got it pulled up. I have to go there. All right, let me show y'all this. Show you how this works. I already hear people now. Well, that don't mean, look, be quiet. What the hell you talking about? You know what I mean? All right, so this is the word Herodian right here. All right, salute Herodian, my kinsman. One time Herodian. It says Herodian equal heroic. A certain Christian. That's all they got there. Right? But notice it comes from a what? Root word. Herodian comes from a root word. Let's go to the root word. Notice Herodian means heroic, right? What root word does it come from? Look at this. Herodes. Compound of heroes. Heroic, right? Look at this. Herod equal who? Heroic. Yeah. Paul said this is kinsman. This is family right here. And they were in Rome. Who is carrying the name of Herod or Herodian in Rome that Josephus, or my bad, Paul is writing to? Because they mess around and been one and the same person. But anyway, the name of a royal family, Herod. The name of a royal family that flourished among the Jews in the times of Christ and the apostles. Herod the Great was the son of who? Antipater of Idumea, appointed king of Judea BC 40 by the Roman Senate at the suggestion of Antony and with consent of Octavian. He at length overcame the great opposition which the country made to him and took possession of the kingdom BC 37. And after the battle of Actium, he was confirmed by Octavian, whose favor he ever enjoyed. He was brave and skilled in war. It was nuts. Learned and sagacious, but also extremely suspicious and cruel. Hence, he destroyed the entire royal family of Hasmoneans, put to death many of the Jews that opposed his government, and proceeded to kill even his dearly beloved wife, Miriam, of the Hasmonean line, and his two sons she had borne him. By these acts of bloodshed, and especially by his love and imitation of Roman customs and institutions, and by the burdensome taxes imposed upon his subjects, he so alienated the Jews that he was unable to regain their favor by his splendid restoration of the temple and other acts of munificence. He died in the 70th year of his age, the 37th year of his reign, the fourth before the Dionysian era. In his closing years, John the Baptist and Christ were born. Matthew narrates that he commanded all the male children under 2 years old in Bethlehem to be slain. Okay? So that's the family that Paul descends from. Oh, snap. I thought y'all saw this. My bad, family. I thought y'all saw that. But anyway, this is the family right here that your boy descends from. All right. When he says, salute Herodian, my kinsman, or salute Herodian, my relative, all you got to do is ask yourself, who in the hell lives in Rome with the name of Herod that's not related to the Herodians? Stop it. Stop it. Right. And this is the family they from right here. It's the root word right here. My bad, y'all. This is the root word when it says salute Herodian. Matter of fact, let's go back there. I'm sure everybody can see it. So everybody can see it. That way we can see what's going on around here, man. All right. When he says salute Herodian, my kinsman, go down and look. Herodian equal what? Heroic, a certain Christian. That's all they got. Right? But this has a root word to it. Let's go up to the root word. Because who the hell in Rome with the name of Herod that ain't related to them? That's what you got to ask yourself. Remember, Herod and them were hated by the ethnic Israelites. Hated. Somebody running around there with that name on them, and it's not going to benefit them. Look at this word. Here's the root word. All right. Watch this.
Strong's G 2264. Herodes. Herodes.
Herodes, right? These are the Herodians or Herod. They all connected. And I know a lot of mealy mouth fumigating at the mouth Negroes don't want to accept it. You brothers lost the light, man. Shut up. I don't know what the hell you talking about. You ain't even made these connections. Herod equal heroic. The name of a royal family that flourished among the Jews in the times of Christ and the apostles. Herod the Great was the son of Antipater of Idumea, appointed king of Judea BC 40 by the Roman Senate. Look at that. By the Roman Senate. Ain't that something? At the suggestion of Antony and with the consent of Octavian. He at length overcame the great opposition which the country made to him. Here, pull me some of that. Just a little bit. But the country made him and took possession of the kingdom BC 37. And after the battle of Actium, he was confirmed by Octavian, whose favor he ever enjoyed. He was brave and skilled in war. Thank you. Learned and sagacious, but also extremely suspicious and cruel. Hence, he destroyed the entire royal family of Hasmoneans, the Maccabees. Put to death many of the Jews that opposed his government and proceeded to kill even his dearly beloved wife, Miriam, of the Hasmonean line, and his two sons she had born him. This cat was nuts. This the cat that Paul related to. Dang. By these acts of bloodshed, and especially by his love and imitation of what? Roman customs. The institutions by the burdensome taxes imposed upon his subjects, he so alienated the Jews that he was unable to regain their favor by a splendid restoration of the temple and other acts of munificence. He died in the 70th year of his age, the 37th year of his reign, the 4th before the Dionysian era. In his closing years, John the Baptist and Christ were born. Matthew narrates that he commanded all the male children under 2 years old in Bethlehem to be slain. All right. Getting to Bernice and all them down here. Look at that, Bernice. There go Bernice. Her brother Agrippa II, her father Agrippa I. They showing the whole connection. They showing a whole connection up in there. That's crazy. That's crazy. Let's get back to what we was on though. So we just looked up when Paul says salute Herodian, my relative. Right? He's saying he's related to the Herod, y'all. He's an Herodian. He's an Herodian. And the Herodians were part of the imperial court, the imperial cult and court. Look at this. Watch this. And don't forget, he's claiming to be an Herodian or being related to the Herodians. And even if you thought, man, that's a reach, right? You got to ask yourself, then how the hell does Paul have Roman citizenship? So you can't get around that. Off his own mouth, he says in his letter to the Romans, he's related to the Herodians. And off his own mouth in the book of Acts, he claims he was a free-born Roman citizen. It's just one problem, y'all. None of the other Israelites were that. You had to been tied in. You had to been related to Herod to receive that, to be freeborn. Nobody else can show you that. Like anybody saying, "Oh, that's a lie." Well, show me Yahshua, show me the disciples, the apostles, show me any of them that were freeborn Roman citizens. What does it mean to be a freeborn Roman citizen? Let's look at this. Acts 22, 25 to 29. And as they bound him with thongs, Saul said unto the centurion that stood by, "Is it lawful for you to scourge a man that is a Roman and uncondemned?" This is what Paul's telling dude because he about to get punished. He's like, "Well, look, I'm a Roman. Is it lawful for you to scourge me, to whip me?" When the centurion heard that, he went and told the chief captain, saying, "Take heed what you do, is for this man is a Roman." Then the chief captain came and said unto him, "Tell me, art thou a Roman?" He said, "Yeah." Paul said, "I's a Roman." "Yeah, I'm a Roman." Look at this. And the chief captain answered, "With great sum obtained I this freedom." So the chief captain say, "I had to earn mine. How did you get yours?" And Paul said, "But I was freeborn." So don't get mad at me for telling you that Paul is a Herodian and got Roman citizenship. Paul is an Edomite with Romans only. What you mad at me for? Off his own mouth, he says he's related to the Herodians. We click on the root word for Herodian, his kinsman, and his Herod the Great. Then he pulls out his Roman card when he about to get punished. And he not only does he say he's a Roman, right? He goes on to say, "I'm a freeborn Roman," meaning I didn't even have to purchase my freedom. Then straightway they departed from him, which should have examined him. And the chief captain also was afraid after he knew that he was a Roman and because he had bound him. The chief captain, like, "Take them cuffs off. I ain't no dude was no Roman. Is you crazy? Huh? You mess around and get put to death behind this." Now look at this. Look at this. Pay attention. Now, how can Saul of Tarsus claim Israelite heritage? Remember, he's from the tribe of Benjamin, right? Now, how can Saul of Tarsus claim Israelite heritage, have Herod the Great as an ancestor, and be a free-born Roman citizen? You got to ask yourself that. Because he is in there saying he's a Benjamite and he's an Israelite and all that, but Herod said he was Israelite too. Never claimed his Edomite ancestry. Once they converted, they never went back to claiming none of that. Watch this. Again, how can Saul claim to be an Israelite, have Herod the Great as an ancestor, and be a free-born Roman citizen? They ain't going to connect these dots for you. Watch this. Surgical with it. Bagging down, boy. Source. Scriptaclassica.org. Good night, boy. Good night, boy. The intervention of Sextus Julius Caesar, governor of Syria, and the affair of Herod's trial. We about to find out some good stuff in here, boy. We told him that we ain't just running our mouth. We ain't just assuming that if he got Roman citizenship, then he must be related to the Herods. No, we went and got historical on you. We're going to show you. Here it is right here. Here it is right here. I'm going to start up here first. Y'all can see how we do. So we can see how he do. Now watch this. My bad. About July 47, Julius Caesar came from Egypt to Syria, and during his short stay there, settled the affairs of the province and rewarded those states and individuals who had given him military aid in the Alexandrian War. Remember, the Alexandrian Israelites had been rebelling against the Greek establishment, just like the Judean Israelites. So you had the Herodians over Judea, and you had the Alexanders over Alexandria. But both of these were tax collectors for the imperial court. You dig? And they were the ones who had to put down any type of rebellion that went down. Now look at this. Hyrcanus was appointed ethnarch of the Jews and high priest, with all the traditional privileges accompanying the latter office according to Jewish law. Moreover, both these offices were to be hereditary. Hereditary. Look at this. The Jews were promised autonomy and allowed to live, or more precisely, to be judged and to administer their internal affairs according to their own law. But Caesar put an end to Judea's status as a subject state and raised her political and legal position to that of a free state, civitas liberia. As part of this arrangement, the Jerusalem Sanhedrin was restored to all its traditional powers, including the exclusive right to judge criminal cases. Rome is the one that did that. Look at this. This is how you know Paul is related to them. Look at this. One of the individuals whom Caesar rewarded for his courage, an excellent military record in the Alexandrian War, was Antipater. Antipater, the father of who? Herod the Great. Sit your monkey ass down, boy. Well, how did he reward him? How did he reward him? The father of Herod, to whom he granted what? Roman citizenship. Roman citizenship went to Antipater and his descendants. Ball game. Remember, Paul comes on the scene later on and claims he's a freeborn Roman. Granted him Roman citizenship. Look at this. I have discussed elsewhere. Look at this. I have discussed elsewhere the nature of this immunity by comparing it with the privileges granted by Octavian. Hold on. Hold this down so we get out on the screen. All right. I have discussed elsewhere the nature of this immunity by comparing it with the privileges granted by Octavian between the years 42 and 36 to Seleucus of Rhodes. In that paper, I put forward the suggestion that the privileges Julius Caesar granted to Antipater and his descendants. What did he get at Antipater and his descendants? Roman citizenship, y'all. There it is up there. Right there. Roman citizenship. So that the privileges Julius Caesar granted to Antipater and his descendants were the same as those given later to who? Seleucus and his family. So the Seleucus and all them was over Egypt. No wonder the Alexanders and them had Roman citizenship too. Y'all see that? Antipater, the father of Herod the Great, him and his descendants were given the privileges of Roman citizenship. You see that? If you see that, give your brother a 5 up in the chat, man. I be acting like your little brother making this stuff up, man. Paul said he was a freeborn Roman citizen. Paul said that he's related to the Herod, salute Herodian, my kinsman, who just so happened to be in Rome. Then he said, I'm a freeborn. The captain of the guard said it took me a gang of money. I had to purchase my freedom. Paul said I was freeborn. Well, that's because Roman citizenship went to who? Antipater, the father of Herod, and all his descendants. Nah, man, I ain't making none of this up. Look at this. Look at this. As we see, Saul is a bloodline relative of Antipater, the father of Herod the Great. This would explain why Saul told the captain of the guard that he was a freeborn Roman citizen. To be freeborn means you didn't have to earn citizenship, and that your parents were both born free. The privilege is solely based on the actions of your ancestors. That means both of Paul's parents Or what? Drum roll. Both of Paul, in order for him to be a freeborn Roman citizen, both of Paul's parents had to be related to whom? Ball game, boy. You can't make none of this up. Him said he was a freeborn Roman. Didn't him say that he was freeborn? That's what him said. Acts 22. Acts 22, 27 through 29. Look what it says. Then the chief captain came and said unto him, tell me, art thou a Roman? He said, yeah. Paul said, yeah, I'm a Roman. And the chief captain answered, with a great sum obtained out of this freedom. And Paul said, but I was what? Free born. Free born. What are you talking about? Freeborn. Okay, so let's go find out what the freeborn is. We just showed Antipater and all his descendants got Roman citizenship. Let's go show what the freeborn is. Source, wikipedia.org, Roman citizenship. It's real easy. Real easy. Types of citizenship. Zoom on in on it. Citizenship in Rome could be acquired through various means. To be born as a citizen, to be, hold on, man. Paul said he was freeborn, right? To be born as a citizen required that both parents be free Roman citizens. Y'all, that mean Paul. That mean Paul's parents, both of them. Both of them are descendants of Herod the Great. Now, Herodians claimed Israelite ancestry too, even though they weren't. But for Paul to be a freeborn Roman citizen, according to him, for Paul to be a relative to someone he calls an Herodian in Rome, according to him. And then we go to the source and pull it out that Antipater, the father of Herod the Great, received citizenship because of his valiant war effort helping Julius Caesar in the Alexandrian War. And for that, he received citizenship and all his descendants. Paul comes on outside and says, I didn't have to earn mine. I was born a Roman. I was born free. Well, that means both your parents are free citizens of Rome. And Rome ain't giving that out. Rome ain't giving that out. Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. So look at this. Let's examine. In order for Saul to be a free-born Roman with citizenship means that both his parents had blood relations to Antipater, the father of Herod the Great. Let's look at Antipater's family tree. Is Saul in there? Quick note, Saul's Greek name is who? Saulus. Saulus. Close family of Costa boy, son of Antipater. Here we go, Herod right here up top. Herod the Great. See that? Herodian. There go Bernice. There go Bernice right there. A little mattress back. The Jezebel of the New Testament. There she go. There go Bernice. Who was this right here? Saul. Saul. Remember, you had to show that you were a descendant of Antipater, Herod's father, in order for you to be a freeborn citizen. There goes Saul right there with his brother Costa Bar. There he is. Right there. Right here to your left. Saul is be Antipater. Now, why would that be hard to believe as Paul? Paul in Romans says that the Herodian is his kinsman. Paul in Acts also says he's a Roman citizen. Freeborn. We go to read about Antipater and his valiant efforts with Julius Caesar and Alexandria. And for that, him and all his descendants become freeborn Roman citizens. We look down in his lineage and we find a Saul. Where are you at now? Oh, you think it's a game? Think it's a game. There he is. Oh, lawless Saulus. The family tree of Saul is based on Josephus' work, War of the Jews or Antiquity of the Jews. There it is. There it is. We're going to read the Antiquities first. Bottom of the page. Show y'all how this stuff works, man. And also, it's more proof they've been backdating all this. This is Josephus. And now Jesus, the son of Gamaliel, became the successor of Jesus, the son of Damnaeus, in the high priesthood, which the king had taken from the other, on which account a sedition arose between the high priests with regard to one another, for they got together. Look what happened. Look at this. This lines right up with Acts 4, 1 through 6, the high priests. They got together bodies of the boldest sort. Bodies of the boldest sort of the people, and frequently came from reproaches to throwing of stones at each other. But Ananias was too hard for the rest by his riches, which enabled him to gain those that were most ready to receive. Costa-Boris also and Saulus, there they go. Costa-Boris and also and Saulus did themselves get together a multitude of wicked wretches. And this because they were of who? The royal family. What royal family? Agrippa, Herod. So we got a Saul and Josephus that's related to the Herods as well. You start piecing all this together, and you still think all this is a coincidence. It's a quinky dink, huh? Paul said he's related to the Herodians in Romans 16 and 11. Showed you in a different version. He said them his kinsmen. Paul said he was a freeborn Roman. We show you the family tree. We show you the evidence and what needed to happen for them to be freeborn Roman citizens. It has everything to do with the Herodians. We right back to them. So for Paul to be a freeborn Roman citizen, y'all, means he's an Herodian, related to Antipater, the father of Herod the Great, and not an Israelite. Because to be freeborn, both your parents had to be freeborn. Look at this. And this because they were of the royal family, so they obtained favor among them because of their kindred to who? Agrippa. Agrippa is either Herod the Great's son or his grandson or his great-grandson. So there is a Saul that's related to the Herodians in Josephus. But still they used violence with the people and were very ready to plunder those that were weaker than themselves. And from that time and principally came to pass that our city was greatly disordered, and that all things grew worse and worse among us. Let me show you that, man. Shit, Paul even tried to kill James. All right, right here. War of the Jews, page 624, chapter 17. Watch this. I got Romans 16 and 11 down there. We ain't making none of this up. We in your boy Josephus. Flavians Josephus at that. Look at it. So the men of power, perceiving that the sedition was too hard for them to subdue, and that the danger which would arise from the Romans would come upon them, first of all, endeavored to save themselves and sent ambassadors, some to flourish, the chief of whom was Simon, the son of Ananias, and others to Agrippa, among whom the most eminent were who? Saul and Antipas and Costa-Boris, who were of the king's kindred. Let's not play King who? King Agrippa. Agrippa is Herodian. Saul and them are Herodians. We just showed you the family tree. And Paul speaking himself. Yeah. I brought this out years ago. Boy, all them Millie Muff Negroes got pissed. That's a close-up of it. My bad. You see that? And sent ambassadors, some to Florus, the chief of whom was Simon, the son of Ananias, and others to Agrippa, among whom the most eminent were Saul and Antipas and Costa-Boris, who were of the king's kindred. Salute Herodian, my who? My kinsman. My kinsman. My relative. Oh, it ain't over, though. It ain't over. Acts 18, 12, and 27. Yeah, if you see the highlight and underlines, you already know that's my book. Look at it. After this calamity had befallen Cestius, many of the most eminent of the Jews swam away from the city as from a ship when it was going to sink. Costa-Boris, therefore, and Saul, who were brethren together with Philip, the son of Jacobus, who was the commander of King Agrippa's forces, ran away from the city and went to Cestius. But then how Antipas, who had been besieged with them in the king's palace, but would not fly away with them, was afterwards slain by the seditious, we shall relate hereafter. Yeah, the zealous murked them. However, Cestius sent Saul and his friends at their own desire to Achaia, to Nero, to inform him of the great kindling the war upon Florus, as hoping to alleviate his own danger by provoking his indignation against Florus. And you're going to see this spot, Achaia, mentioned with Saul in Acts 18, verse 12 and 27. You know what I'm saying? You got places the same, you got names the same, and you got him claiming to be bloodline relative and to be a freeborn Roman citizen, right? So this shows that they're backdating the New Testament, because all this is going down around the fall of Jerusalem. The New Testament takes place around what? The 20s and the 30s, 50 years earlier. So they're backdating everything. Again, it's like me writing about Selah and Cosmon Cal and Daryl in today's time, but I'm writing about them as if we're in 1969. But when you go back to 1969, none of us was born. They searched the records. We can't find a Selah Shalom or Malachi Maccabee. You see? Because they're doing what's called backdating. Right? They're writing in present time, but the plot is 50 years earlier. You see, it's called backdating. Now watch this. I found this quite ironic too, man. Epaphroditus, Flavius Josephus against Apion, or Antiquity of the Jews. Don't forget, Epaphroditus, y'all, was Nero's secretary, who supposedly was in on, in on killing Nero. Some say he committed suicide, whatever. But look at this. I suppose that by my books of the Antiquities of the Jews, most who? Excellent Epaphroditus. Y'all, that ain't no name everybody has. Remember that name. And that's why some people say that Josephus is Paul. You know, when you're dealing with writers, you know you're dealing with pen names and all that. But how is Nero's secretary and Josephus's friend Paul's homeboy? Like, how is that even possible? I suppose that by my books of the Antiquities of the Jews, most excellent Epaphroditus, I have made it evident to those who pursue them that our Jewish nation is of very great antiquity and had a distinct subsistence of its own originally. As also I have therein declared how we came to inhabit this country wherein we now live. Those antiquities contain the history of 5,000 years. Look at that. 5,000, y'all. You run around talking about some 15 billion years. Man, look, Josephus and them weren't even talking about no 15 billion. Those years are taken out of our sacred books, but are translated by me into what? By me into who? The Greek tongue. So I'm going to ask y'all. Those antiquities contain the history of 5,000 years and are taken out of our sacred books, but are translated by me into the Greek tongue. So let me ask y'all, with the same names, the same locations, the same movements, and all that, right? If the gospel's gonna come out to after the Jewish uprising or the Hebrew uprising against the Romans, if the gospel's gonna come out to after that from Rome in Greek, who in the hell you think was in on it? Josephus telling you, look what he's saying. Those antiquities contain the history of 5,000 years and are taken out of our sacred books, but are translated by who? By me into the Greek tongue. Ball game. Ball game. Josephus is the one ghostwriting. It ain't just him. You know, you got your Alexanders in there and, you know, other Flavians and other scholars like Pliny and all them. But Josephus, out of his own mouth, is telling you that he is the one translating the history from Hebrew into Greek. So your Gospels came from Rome in Greek, And who's responsible for it? That's him telling you. He the one translating. He the one writing it. He the one writing it in Greek. If it come from Rome in Greek after the war, who's writing it? Who's writing it? There your answer is right there. Those antiquities contain the history of 5,000 years and are taken out of our sacred books, but are translated by who? Me. By me. Into the Greek tongue. Why is Josephus mentioned in Nero Caesar's secretary, Epaphroditus? Why is it that Saul and Epaphroditus are longtime friends? Saul not only has citizenship, he's connected from the Herodian appointed high priest all the way up to the household of Nero Caesar. To hell with the French connection. Saul has the Roman and Herodian connection, boy. Philippians 2:24-25. But I trust in the Lord that I also myself shall come shortly. Yet I suppose it necessary to send to you Epaphroditus, my brother and companion in labor and fellow soldier, but your messenger. So he calls him an angel. And he that ministered to my wants. Look at this, Philippians 4:22. All the saints salute you. Chiefly they that are who household? Caesar's household. Paul was connected, boy. Ball game. Paul was connected, boy. The Herodians, the Flavians, the the Alexanders. Look what he's telling you. Caesar's household got to do with this. Joseph is telling you, I'm the one that was writing it. I'm the one translated it all into Greek. In closing, Yahshua of Nazareth had a family that he entrusted to continue his legacy and mission. Take a closer look at his bloodline. Matthew 13:55-56. Is not this the carpenter's son? Is not his mother called Mary and his brethren James and Joseph and Simon and Judas? Mighty funny, he got a brother named Judas and a disciple named Judas. A brother named Simon and a disciple named Simon. A brother named James and a disciple named James. Joseph is Joseph. Got a brother named Joseph, a father named Joseph. Got a disciple named Joseph of Arimathea. Sounds real similar to Josephus boy Matthias. Oh, you think? Look, got a mama named Mary, Mary Magdalene as a disciple. Huh? Come on, man. You think all this is a coincidence? You think all these just so happen to be the same? All of them just so happen to have the same name and all that. No, y'all, they're backdating and they're doing what's called double writing, overwriting. It ain't no coincidence that he got a brother named James and a disciple named James. A brother named Joseph and a disciple named Joseph of Arimathea and a father named Joseph. Disciples named Simon, like Simon Peter and Simon the Zealot, and a brother named Simon. Y'all, a brother named Judah or Judas and a disciple named Judah or Judas. And you still think these people ain't playing games with you? You still think you got something Xerox and FedEx from the throne of heaven, boy? And his sisters, are they not all with us? Whence then have this man all these sayings? Mark 6:3. Is not this the carpenter, the son of Mary, the brother of James, Joseph, and of Judah and Simon? And are not his sisters here with us? And they were offended at him. Whole family, man. Source, Gospel of the Nazarenes. Shout out to the Nazarenes, boy. Gospel of the Nazarenes, chapter 5, 22-23. Look at this. Look at this. I'm going to start at the bottom of 21. And they came and dwelt in the place called Nazareth, for where dwelt Nazarites and Essenes, and he was called the Nazarene. It also came to pass that in the second year of Jesus' life, a second son was born to Joseph and Mary. His name was called James, meaning one who was just and righteous before the Lord, one who was of true Israel. As with Jesus and John, he was consecrated unto the Lord. As with Jesus and John, He was consecrated or dedicated unto the Lord, a Nazarite from his mama's womb, according to the way. In the latter years, they would have 3 more sons, Judah, Justice, and Simeon, and also 2 daughters, Asia and Lydia. Anyone notice the names of Yahshua's brothers are identical with some of his apostles? James, Joseph, Simon, Judas are all the names of the Messiah's brothers. He had a brother named James and a disciple named James. He had a brother named Joseph and a disciple named Joseph. He had a brother named Simon and a disciple named Simon. He had a brother named Judas, Judah, and a disciple named Judas of Judah. Is this a coincidence? Or are we to believe that some of his apostles were his actual brothers? Seems logical, don't it? Look at this. But other of the apostles saw I none, save James, the Lord's brother. That's Paul telling you right there. Right? Not only is James the Messiah's brother, he's an apostle. Look at this. That's Galatians 1:19. Have we not power to lead about a sister, a wife, as well as other apostles, and as the brethren of the Lord? So if you read Robert Eisenman's work, James, the brother of Jesus, he proposes that the apostles were his brothers. You know, it's a bloodline thing. You know what I mean? And the Herodian Roman plot was to wipe all that off the map because these brothers actually were living according to the higher light. They wasn't living based off no warfare and no bloodshed and none of that. You feel me? And for that, they were hated. They were hated. All right, the first Christian bishops of Jerusalem. Look at this. James, kinsman of Jesus Christ, he was his brother. Simeon, Simon, another brother. The first 2 before Jerusalem fell, it was in Yahshua's family. And after that, it takes off. Goes to Rome and all that. It goes to Rome. But those were the whole movement was ran by his family. You know what I mean? Let's see what else is that it. I think that's it for that one right there. Also, I think the chronological New Testament that's on the Huffington Post. Well, it just basically show you that Paul was the one writing first before anybody. Before anybody did. So yeah, man. Y'all tap on in. You feel me? All that is right there for the taking. Right? All the dots are there. All you gotta do is connect it. All right, Roman and Jewish conspiracies, Herodians, Alexanders, and Flavians. You dig? Y'all tap on in with your brother, man. If y'all got some understanding today, go ahead and throw a vortex up in the chat. I'm about to go ahead and throw the link up in the chat if somebody want to get on and chop it up. Y'all, but it's a lot. It's a lot, man. You know, but if you slow down and connect it, you'll see. You'll say, dang, man, we've been had. We've been had. You feel me? Like on a level to where ain't nobody really tripping off of. What was the craziest part to me was the you know, I know about the Paul and all that, but that Philo was crazy, man. That whole Philo situation, yeah, it's nuts. The Flavian, Bernice and all them, the Alexanders, the Herodians, man, what's really going on in the field? You feel me? But yeah, some of y'all want to get on, chop it up. Some of y'all got some questions, go ahead and throw it up in the chat. You know, it's all good, man. Create a gang, you bring them, we raise them. I know how we do. All right. Y'all see what we do? We share this stuff. Right? But again, don't believe nothing I say. Go look at it. Go look at it, man. Them Flavians and them Alexanders and them Herodians. Now all them. You feel me? Cal say Philo or Flavian, all of them. Constantine was a Flavian too. A lot of people don't know that. Constantine was a Flavian. Time you get all the way up there, Constantine, like, dang, what's really going on around here, man? Flavius, Valerius. It already popped up. Constantine the Great. Maybe I'll do name. Love Valerius. Love Valerius. I want his name out of here though. Y'all just gonna put it. So Valerius Constantinus. Your boy Constantine. There he is. There he is. There he is. Watch this. I think this a game, man. These, you know what I mean? The whole thing is to capture your mind. And they look, they only can conquer you once they do that. You feel me? Once they conquer your minds, you can never let nothing or no one conquer that. That's you. Feel me? Hold on. Constantine is great. Let's see what we come up with. Let's see what we get. What we get. I know I got it downloaded somewhere, but I thought I could pull it up real quick. Where you at, boy? I got to put in Lost Books of the Bible. Lost Books. This was amazing. Dang, where you at? Where that image at, man? Got that boy sitting on a throne. Constantine. Hey, I must go over here and look it up. I ain't got no time to be playing. Nobody back here. I jumped on yet. All right, hold on. Look up your boy real quick. Share this tab. Bang. So even your boy Constantine, man. Yeah, you're a Flavian. All right, right there. Constantine the Great. All right. Also known as Constantine the Great, was Roman emperor from AD 306 to 337. He was the first emperor to convert to Christianity. Born in Nausius, Dacia, Mediterranean. He was the son of Flavius Constantine. That's Constantine's father. There he is right there. Oh, hold on. There's Pappy is right there. All right, Flavius Valerius Constantinus Chlorus, also called Constantinus I, was Roman emperor from 305 to 306. He was one of the four original members of the Tetrarchy established by Diocletian, first serving as Caesar from 293 to 305 and then ruling as Augustus until his death. Constantinus was also father of Constantine the Great. You see, these cats was Flavians, man. These cats were straight up and down Flavians. Straight up and down Flavians. That's crazy to me. That's crazy to me, man. Let me stop this. So even them, man. Even them, Flavians. And they damn near everywhere. Told you cats like roaches. Little Valerius, Flavius Valerius. But that's what's up, y'all. I don't see nobody trying to get on. Little taste. I'm gonna go ahead and get up out of here. I pray everybody got some understanding. You feel me? Able to start connecting these dots, man. right? And the whole deal is so you don't be around here worming on your belly to a false god. You feel me? That ain't what you want. You don't want to be around here worming on your belly, you know what I mean? A devoted deity, a religious robot, you feel me? And the whole deal is fake anyway. All right. What you just went through and what you just learned, you learned about the politics of the New Testament. What you just learned about was the political powder keg, the political climate. You know what I mean? That the New Testament was started to be produced in, man. Big C-Lot said he got a question. Go ahead and shoot, big dog. What's the word? Talk to me. All good, all good, all good. This stuff is everywhere, man. I'm doing my thing. All right. So yes, this is a good question. So Paul lied about him being from the tribe of Benjamin. Yes, but this is what it was. Being an Herodian, none of them ever claimed, Edomite ancestry or Edomite. So once Antipater and Herod the Great, once they converted to what you know is Judaism, then they never went back to that identity. They never went back to, being Herodians or quote unquote Edomites because they're Idumeans. You see what I'm saying? So just like Herod claimed to be king of the Jews, and just like the Pharisees and the Sanhedrin and the Sadducees claimed to be Israelites or Jews, but really were Herodians, it's the same with Paul. Same exact thing. You can claim Israelite ancestry, but what gives it away is the fact that he himself said he was bloodline related to Herod. In Romans 16:11, we showed that, and that off his own mouth in Acts 22 and 27, he's a free-born Roman citizen, which means both of your parents had to be blood related to Herod, who you just called your kinsman. And if they blood related to Herod, then guess what you're not? You're not no Israelite, Jack. You Edomite. You Edomite. Yeah, straight Asian, bro. Straight Asian. Let me show y'all a book I'm gonna start reading with y'all. Let me show y'all this. Y'all gonna be like, what? I got this book too. Fire. I already got the whole like slides and all that prepared for it. Let me show y'all this book I got, man. It's off the chain. You dig? But they expose your boy Paul bad. Called Saint Paul and Roman Intelligence. Man, I started reading this a while back and was like, nah, man, this can't be true. There it is right there. It's called Operation Messiah. Man, I got this book a while back, y'all. You feel me? I might pull this out next class and just start reading through it with y'all. I like this book, what Cal says, and I actually agree with this. I think the tribal doctrine allowed the Jew to insert themselves into Israelite doctrine, literally usurping heritage. I actually agree with that more and more. I've heard you say that a few times, bruh. But the more I dig through this stuff, the more that becomes even more relevant. You feel me? All right. Hold on, y'all. Let me show y'all this. Y'all gonna be like, what the hell is going on? This book right here is what I got. I think the next one, since everybody act like they want to get some understanding on this, I may read through some of this next time. I got this. I already got it pulled up for a slide. This right here, excellent. This right here is a bomb. If you don't got this, you need to go get that. Especially if you're trying to connect all that, you need to go get that. You need to go get that. Operation Messiah. Operation Messiah. I actually had this book. St. Paul, Roman Intelligence, and the Birth of Christianity. Yeah. They may hang you from the gateway arch behind one of them. Because behind beloved Jeebus, they love this nigga. And he looks shady too, boy. You know what I mean? Right. It's too much evidence for him to be like, come on, bro. You know good well you ain't no Israelite. You just straight, like he a op though. Like that, if you get to it, the Herodians and all them was killing, bro. Like from John the Baptist, James, Yeshua, like they was in on all that, man. They was in on killing all the rebel leaders, who they call the rebel leaders, like Eleazar, salute. Yehuda Galilee, salute. Simon of Perea, salute. Bros that wasn't playing with you. It did, and that war was highly sophisticated. They got y'all thinking the brothers were just throwing rocks at the Romans. Man, these brothers were so cold. They was printing their own money. They was minting their own coins. The coins say for the redemption of Zion on them. That's who they was fighting. So for the fact that the Gospels come from Rome in Greek from overseas after the war, and we just read Josephus say it was translated by me in the Greek. He's the ghostwriter. That's where it get real Mickey and tricky, don't it, boy? He just said it. Nigga Josephus say, nigga, that's me. I'm the one translated all that. Ain't that what he said? I think that's what he said, man. I think that's what him said. Right? Josephus messing around and beat Paul. Who the hell else is writing in Greek? You know what I mean? How the hell is Josephus' homeboy, Paul's homeboy, Nero's secretary, Epaphroditus? And Paul named him in Philippians. And Paul say, hey, make sure you salute all the saints in Italy, especially those of Caesar's household. Man, he telling you he connected. Come on, man. Suppose that by my books of Antiquities of the Jews, most excellent Epaphroditus, I have made it evident to those who pursue them that our Jewish nation is of very great antiquity and had a distinct subsistence of its own originality. As also I have therein declared how we came to inhabit this country wherein we now live. Those antiquities, those histories contain the history of 5,000 years and are taken out of our sacred books, but are translated by who? By me into the Greek tongue. Bag drop, boy. Josephus and his whole literary team appointed by the Flavians, they are the ones in the Flavian imperial court writing the Gospels, man. He telling you right here. I know. They did to mock your bros, man. How did the bros die standing up for what it is? This nigga look shirty as a mug. You can't trust no nigga. This nigga like his name is Cleophas. That boy like him named Cleophas. You can't trust no nigga named Cleophas, boy. I'm gonna go into that next time. I actually have it. No, so we're going to that next time, man. It's a good book, though. St. Paul, Roman Intelligence, and the Birth of Christianity. Operation Messiah. What does Messiah have to do with Roman intelligence? CIA type, COINTELPRO. Ain't that what we've been saying the whole time? Carol, nigga named Akbar. Salamalalala. Man, oh man. I see you backstage, Sheila. So you need to connect something, bro. If you want to jump on and say device not connected or something. I don't know if you want to drop out and come back on. It's all good. But y'all, we connected it all today. The Roman and Jewish conspiracies, Herodians, Alexanders, and Flavians, and how all them were connected, how all them, it was right there. Feel me? We been had, man. From mattress back Bernice, to Tiberius Julius Alexander, nephew of Philo, the Jew who destroyed Jerusalem, down to Marcus Alexander, the brother of Tiberius and nephew of Philo. Who was Philo? The nigga that brought in all that Trinity and Logos and man, bro. And how the church fathers relied upon Philo for their inspiration. We showed it all, even down to Paul being an Herodian. It did. Back him down with it, baby. Somebody better tell these young boys that I do's this. Yeah. I'll see y'all in the building, man. I'm gonna go ahead and get up out of here. And then I pray and hope everybody got some edification. Y'all know how we slow things down and get to it. This is my brother C-La. He about to jump on. Come on in. It says device knocking. Let me see if I can click on it. It says they will need. Here you go. There you go. C-La, shalom. Peace to the God, my brother.
Hey, what up, man? What it do, King?
What's the
Salute
word,
to the
my brother?
righteous God.
Peace to the
Hey,
God.
man,
Talk to me. What you think?
hey, man, that shit was crazy, man. That shit was on some college level fucking breakdown shit right there, man.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? But I was in and out, man. But I had that question, man. Like, so basically, this nigga Paul was lying, talking about he an Israelite from the tribe of Benjamin. Because the way you talking, it's like if this nigga had all this privilege and this freedom, this nigga could be walking around saying any goddamn thing. Then,
Yep.
who gonna check him?
Nobody gonna check him. Shit, you see, they locked him up. They damn near got scared and was like, "Shit, you a Roman?" You feel me?
Right.
But the fact that he was a free, not just a Roman, C-La, but a freeborn Roman. A
My thing is this though. Why is he saying that he an Israelite?
It's the same way. It's the same way dealing with Herod and them. They were given special privileges, special position, special education. You feel me? Being an Herodian, but all the Herodians claim to be Judeans. Now that go back to the Maccabean time, dealing with John Hyrcanus and Antipater.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? They went to war, and Antipater was on his side, but he made all the Edomites who did not want to convert to this form of Judaism, they had to get the hell up out of the land of Canaan. And that's what they did. Herod and his family were the only ones that converted. See what I'm saying? So being that under that identity and that title was how they got their citizenship and got their power and authority. Why wouldn't they just maintain that and keep that going? You feel me? It ain't like they Israelites and they had a disadvantage. No, they're claiming to be Jews or an Israel or having an Israelite culture, but they get all the perks of being a Roman.
Got you.
Based off what their great grandfather did for Julius Caesar.
But the Herodians are Edomites, though, right?
Yes, they're Edomites.
Yep.
Yep, they're Edomites who never claimed Esau. Like they never claimed any of that shit after they converted over. You know what I mean? The Judaism.
So it makes sense because if them is the Edomites and they kind of got the Eurasian look, they could blend in with the Romans. You know what I mean? Like
real easy, bro. Real easy, man. It's crazy how all that like tie in.
Yeah, you broke that shit down. Love, man. I got to go back and watch it from the beginning with no interruptions because I was in and out doing some things. But the way you was going in on that Flavian shit, I'm like, nigga. And then Constantine Flavian. It's like, come on, yo. How we go from the 1st century to the 3rd century and the ruling of this Flavians is going on?
And all these niggas Flavians.
That's crazy, bro. That
all
shit
these
is
niggas
wild.
Flavians, bro. Even Clement. You people out there try to hide Clement. Even Clement is a damn Flavian. Man.
Yeah, you need to go into that piece of Roman conspiracy one of these days and shit.
Yep.
Go into that goddamn Arius. Go into that nigga.
Yep. And how look, they was related to Clement's father, Titus Flavius Sabinus. You start getting into them Sabinus niggas, that's when the whole Piso family come into play. All of them related, bro. All of them related. It's crazy.
Man, that shit wild, bro. Yeah, man. Excellent breakdown, man. I ain't gonna hold you. I just wanted to come on there and ask you that question about why this nigga screaming he a Benjamite. Cause you know, and that's the thing. It's like it's the same nigga who seen the goddamn light on the way to Damascus. Goddamn Luamon came to this nigga. Luamon was like, "Yeah, man, go ahead and tell these niggas you from the tribe of Judah." Some crazy shit. But it's crazy though. How this nigga gonna hold to that lie like that, knowing that he ain't from the tribe and knowing that his record could be traced like that.
You're right, exactly. And all the hell, like the nigga was against all, like before his conversion and after, he was a straight enemy. This nigga was like,
yeah, that nigga was slave master. That's why I say that nigga was playing slave master.
Yeah, he was slave master.
Yeah,
slave master.
Boy, the shit I had for Tazariak in the debate when I was gonna, show Saul playing slave master before conversion. I gonna look, nigga, how y'all gonna hate John Nubro, but this nigga Paul is playing slave. That slave master having a change of heart. And y'all running with this nigga words, but y'all mad at John Nubro. Fuck out of here, yo.
That's what I'm saying, bro. I don't even think our people really know what's going on, man. You dealing with post-war propaganda to shut down the spirit of the brothers. It's like, we'll never submit to you niggas, man. It's y'all crazy. You feel me?
Right.
So
Right.
they so same thing they did with the Panthers, bro. If you can't get them by force, they come in and destroy you with information, propaganda.
Right.
You know what I
Right.
mean? Russia and the United States been in a Cold War since the 50s or the 60s, and that's just a war of information. You
Right.
feel me? So after they, dominated after those long 6-7 years of fighting, that spirit was still in the earth. I mean, even after Jerusalem fell, you got the Bar Kokhba, son of the star, revolting like 132, 135. They were still fighting against that shit, bro. Like 70 years later.
Yeah, exactly.
So
that shit really never stopped. Shit, really.
Nah, it never stopped, bro. So again, how is it that the Gospels are arriving from Rome after the war, from overseas, in Greek?
Mm.
Who
That's
had the
right.
money, who had the education, you dig, and who had the history of even the Hebrew scriptures, you know what I mean, to bring all this stuff together, man. We just showed you Josephus said, I'm the one that's translating everything into Greek. He the one writing.
Mm.
And that's
Yeah,
why
that was good.
you got Mary and Josephus, Jesus, James, John, Simon, you got all of it, Saul.
Hey, that was a good catch. That was a good catch when you showed them translating the Hebrew into the Greek. I don't know if you was referring to the New Testament scrolls.
Yeah, he talking about his history, the histories of the Hebrew people. You know what I mean? And of course the New Testament, because that's
But yeah, it was a part where you actually mentioned the translation from the Hebrew to the Greek. You actually mentioned somebody.
Yeah, that wasn't Josephus. I just hold on for a second.
Or maybe it probably was Josephus.
Cosmon Cal in the building. What's up? Why?
Oh man, peace to the righteous gods, man. What's the word? What's the word?
Peace to the righteous God.
Hey, quick question, right? This was heavy, first of all. Are the Pisos Flavians?
Look, I would say so, bro. Cause
yeah,
this is why I would say so. It's because Clement has a father named Tiberius Flavius Sabinus,
and his sons are Alexanders, though. So are the Pisos just the Alexandrian line of the Roman hierarchy?
Hey, I believe, don't hold me to it, but
right.
Pisos being a bridge between the Alexanders, and the Flavians, because they all was marrying into each other.
I'm gonna say they all the same people.
Yeah, right. Yeah. You really could say you really could just put Flavian up there and cover the Alexanders, Herodians, and Pisos. You know what I mean? Because they all in one way, shape, or another married into each other. You feel me? Crazy, bro.
That's wild right there, yo.
But hey, Wu-Tang said it, man. My seeds marry his seeds, marry his seeds. That's how we keep Roman money all up in the family.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks.
You dig what I'm talking about? And then you could do that weird type cousin, matchups. You dig what I'm talking about? Without producing children who are retarded all the time.
Mm-hmm.
You dig what I'm talking about? Because I could as a Herodian, I could marry a Piso Alexandrian who may be my third cousin.
Right.
You dig what I'm talking about? But it's far enough away because of the family line mixes that we don't produce no little 3-leg four-eyed little Druja boy.
Create some Asuans and shit.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? But see, it also may be that crazy in mixing like that go on and produce people like Constantine, who was a Suez. It had to be in the line somewhere. It had to be in the line somewhere. So that makes sense as into why all the popes from really Nero on up, popes, the Caesars, the emperors are all Flavians.
That's crazy, bro.
All of them. All of them. I'm talking about up to Justinian, Constantine, all of them, bro. Domitian, they all Flavians. So if that's the bloodline,
oh, my bad, bro.
so it makes sense that would be the bloodline Luamang would have used, you dig what I'm talking about, to bring forth his prophecies. If it's the Flavians, if it got that Suis line in it, this is why he just kept using them.
Okay.
You know what I mean? That would make sense if that's true.
That you know what, boy, you always make me think a little further. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense now that you're saying that.
Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't you switch up?
Right.
For the same reason Jehovah didn't switch up when he wanted to produce Abraham. He knew who to deal with, who to mix with, who to line it up with, and then you got to think Luamong and them is so far ahead of what a Lewis would be. They would be able to put that type of knowledge together themselves. That's just crazy, man. Because I always thought, and then you might have just revealed something, because I didn't know this. That they call Constantine Chloris.
Yeah. Yep.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that because I'm thinking, what does Chloris mean, and can we tie that to Hotus?
I know he's gonna say that too. I know he's gonna say that.
You dig what I'm talking about?
Yeah, you already know. You already know.
That's Constantine's name in Owaspy.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Hey, listen, this was heavy.
Hey man, the more you peel that onion back, man, the more it get real Mickey and tricky, bro. You be like, hold on, man. Like, how in the hell? And did y'all notice when we got up in them Wikipedias, we kept bumping into both Flavians? It was like I click on one, Flavian Sabatilla. Click on another one, Flavian this. I'm like, damn. Like, man, these cats is really, you know what I mean?
Every time you lift up a Bible verse, it's a Flavian up under there.
You might as well call that shit the Flavian Bible, nigga.
Man, for real, yo. My thing is this. Now that I'm thinking about it, I didn't have to think on this some more. What if the Flavian line is started from Ezra?
Yo, I thought about that, bro. Why you bullshitting? No, well, not necessarily the Flavian line, but that same Ptolemaic line and shit.
Yeah, they go through the Ptolemies. It's that because that's who it will go to. Them people
you
go
gotta keep
straight
in mind,
into Europe.
This is after captivity, though. This is after mixing with the Assyrians, the Babylonians.
Yup, this after this the rest of the 400s, the 300s, 200s down to this would basically be from the time of Nebuchadnezzar, from roughly 600. You dig what I'm talking about? To the time of Ptolemy.
But you know what though? We gotta remember that. You gotta remember the earlier migrations from the old from the 23rd arc cycle. The earlier migrations where you had the Egyptian and the Akkadian wars, the Assyrian wars, and they migrated up into, you know what I mean? Basically the Etruscans, the Mycenaeans, the Minoans. Them people could be an offshoot of the Alexander and the Ptolemaic, because they was already in those regions back then. You see what I'm saying?
Or they could be the children.
That's what I'm saying.
Could be the children, yeah.
They the descendants of the Etruscans and the Mysoans and the Mycenaeans.
Okay.
The Minoans, I mean.
You got to think about it. That only from Alexander. Really think about this. Think about this. We know that the Egyptians left Egypt circa 1150 BC during Esdras. It ain't till 750 BC that we see the first European writing anything. And that's Homer. Right at the end of Esdras is when we find the first writings in Europe, and in between that time, we see the introduction of pure Egyptians into Europe. So it makes sense out of them lines. You dig what I'm talking about? That the rulers of the Christian church would come out them lines.
And not only that, that's a line. That line is mixed up with African, Persian. You see what I'm saying? So they you know, that's where that mercilessness the Romans had come from. That the bloodline that came out of them niggas. They ancestors.
Yep. Then you got the Hellenic blood. You did what I'm talking about, which was niggas too. They don't want to tell you that, but all the Greeks. I'm talking about all of them. Don't matter which part of Europe you was in.
That shit. It was the Etruscans. The Etruscans was there. It was the Etruscans, and the Etruscans is the ones who came up with Roman numerals. The Roman numerals that we know of, that shit come from the Etruscans.
Facts.
You see what I'm saying?
They would have been the descendants. They would have been the descendants of them mixed tribes, right? That go on to produce people like the Gauls, the Celts, the Druids. You dig what I'm talking about? They would have been of that mixed blood.
They were the niggas who birthed the Greeks.
Who birthed the Greeks. There you go.
The history before the Greeks is the Etruscans.
Yep,
and then when you look at the Etruscans, they got copper skin, but then you see some of them with the straight, wavy hair. They got some of them with like, I don't want to say blue hair, but they got the pictures of them with blue hair, but that's probably just for the painting. But you can see that they're black, but they have a European nature about them. You know what I mean?
Yeah. They got the more delicate features, like more like
got the Flavian features and shit.
More like the Negro and less like the Hamite Bantu type.
Right. They look more Asiatic, I should say. You know what I'm saying?
No, they look more like us. It's the comparison between the modern day Bantu type nigga and the modern day American. That's just the features are more aquiline. That's
there you go.
all that is.
There you go, right there. The Etruscans.
Yeah, that's a nigga.
Yeah.
That's a nigga right there.
So those are the precursors of the Greeks right there. Those are the forefathers of the Greeks.
Those are the Mycenaeans, right?
Those are the Etruscans. Well, the Etruscans, Mycenaeans, Minoans, all of them occupy the same area.
Okay.
So you might as well say they all one of them. That's like, you know what I mean, the Nile Valley civilization. All them niggas are one of the same motherfuckers, you know what I'm saying?
Facts.
But but see, these people, let me let you explain. These are the people that migrated during the 23rd arc cycle when the Egyptians, when Pepe II had a campaign in the Canaan, and then Sargon II had a campaign in the Canaan, which caused a migration going up into what we would now call basically early Turkey, Europe, up in them regions right there. And those are the early settlers of those regions. But essentially those people are really Persians. They're Asiatics.
Hey, so do these people give birth to the Hellenic dynasties?
Yeah, them are the same people. All that. All that.
Okay, that makes sense.
So you just said the Hellenists were brown people.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the same lineage. But all these people that came from there, they migrated from Canaan, Syria. You know what I mean? Basically the Shepherd Kings, my nigga, to be honest.
Hey, look, I was gonna ask you, right?
Look at that right there.
Look at that.
Chilling right there. Look at that Etruscan chilling right there, boy.
Hey man, that ain't nobody but Uncle Jeff.
Right.
Nigga, that nigga, I just seen him yesterday. Nigga, that nigga
right
will be
there.
fired off.
Etruscan, 550 BC. Look at this thing, man.
You there?
Look at this.
That's before the. Hey, that's before.
That's before the 25 years ago, cuz.
That's before the Tanakh was written.
Yep.
So what these niggas was believing before the Tanakh was written?
Ooh-wee.
What else they got up there, man? Let's see what other pictures they got.
Yeah, this Etruscan shit is dope though.
Yeah, we gotta dive into that, bro. We gotta dive into this.
Yeah, because one of my favorite
Look, the niggas wrestling right there. Look, they wrestling up there. You see that wrestling?
That's if
right
I'm
there.
not mistaken, right here to the right.
To the nuts. You're right there on the other side.
Yeah, right there.
Look, they're right there. Yeah, them niggas wrestling. Man, that nigga like Dr. Sabi right there and shit.
My thing is, look how big the men are. Are these the so-called Raphaim, men of law, Nephilim, mixed down Ahuan types, Angui types? Look how big they is.
But you remember, them Persians is some big niggas too.
That's what I'm saying. So it makes sense that we showing this Ahuan stock. Go back over a little bit more to the other wrestling scene.
Right
that
there.
one right there. My thing is that the scene of Achilles and what is my nigga name? Achilles fought Memnon.
Them niggas is jack naked, ain't they?
But you said all them Greek legends, that should come out of Homer's. That should come from Homer. Homer come from the stock. Homer come from the stock.
See dude to the left? Dude to the left? That's Memnon. They say he the ruler, king of Ethiopia and Atlantis, which is west of the Pillars of Hercules. So outside of the Mediterranean, we only know one major continent, that's the Americas. They say the man to the left is Memnon, the man to the right is Achilles. It says in the story, right? It says that Zeus promised not to get involved, right? So what he said, these was the two most skilled fighters in the world. One, a descendant of Zeus, and one, a descendant of the daughter of the morning, or Eros. You dig what I'm talking about? And that's Memnon. And what happened was Zeus, Theos, that we probably know right now is probably Baal at this point, is he makes Memnon. This is at the Battle of Troy. This is outside the Battle of Troy, right? Before Troy falls. This is
hit that one with the man and the lady. Go back up. Hit that one with the man and the lady right there. Sitting on right there. Sitting on it like they sit on the joint. Go ahead. Keep going, Cosmo. I just interrupt for that. Yeah, that one right there.
Yeah. So this is outside the walls of Troy.
That's hard.
Achilles fights Memnon. It says that Zeus made them into giants. It says Zeus made them into giants so everybody could see them, and he made them inexhaustible, so they would never get tired. So what started happening was Memnon was whooping Achilles' ass.
But look at the European on the right. You can see that the precursor of the Greeks is right there.
Yeah, Mycenaeans, Minoans.
They go goddamn. They go Alexander. They over there two-stepping and shit, nigga.
Hey, they say Alexander was a drunk, man. They say that nigga used to get lit and party like a mug.
Man, that's
so
Look at that right there, y'all. Etruscan man with Roman dancer. Wow.
Yeah.
Look at that, bro.
so basically, it's saying what Owaspi said. The Egyptian, the brown people, went and mixed in with the Aboriginal European, who was probably pale or lighter. Look. Go move back. See the ladies? No, that's a good picture right there. The bunch of ladies laid next to each other right there. these people. Now, if you notice, they all white. These is white folks. But look at the different types. These are your, these is where your Aboriginal European come from. This is just a place where pale drugs, right, were able to propagate and dominate the land because of their skin color or the colder regions. That's it. That's it. No spookness, no, and if you mix into it, right, your offspring will come out brown, but if you mix back into it, they're gonna keep coming out lighter and lighter and lighter. This is why they call it fixed albinism. Right? They don't understand that these people that we modernly see and call pale-faced Europeans are brothers and sisters. They descend right down from us. They a three-way mix primarily, not two, three. You know what I mean? They got the ones from the Shemitic stock coming into Europe to mix with the Aboriginal European, and they got the Hamitic stocks to come into there. You dig what I'm talking about? Breeding, doing just what Owaspy say, breeding a higher, better people.
That's an early Cosmon era right there.
Shit, not only in the Cosmon era, this started happening 4,000, 4,500 years ago.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That was a Cosmon moment right there.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You dig what I'm talking about? Ain't no doubt about it.
That's crazy.
Ain't no doubt about it. And that kind of take all that spookiness and that uncertainty of DNA out of it.
Right.
Especially when you understand it. When you starting off that, nigga, the whole point is to be a mutt. The whole point is to get the best of the best of the best genetics so you can produce the best of the best child who goes on to do what? Get the best of the best genetics and reproduce another child, even better than them.
Facts.
In Oranothan, right? The Oranothan is the walking orders, is the how of God, right? In this era, under Shesivi, she said, I come to breed a new people.
That's right.
And y'all better get past this colorism shit. That ain't, first of all, Israelites ain't give a damn.
Right.
The real people of Brahma and Buddha, and they don't give a damn what color you are.
Nope.
How you think we always get overran or get, because we let everybody in.
But look what's going to happen.
People would say, well, that's why you got overran. No. But look at the situation. Those people are not here anymore, and yet I am. So who was benefiting with the mixing in? And this is how we know that they right, that this is all admixture. Man is only the color he is because his ancestors was them colors. No tricks. Right? And the crazy part is, the farther you go back, the bitch go black, and then go white, and then go black again. Listen, bro. And I'm talking about the overall color of man. White, black, white. Since people stuck on color. You dig what I'm talking about? The skin color change up and rise and fall just as man do. So get past it. You dig what I'm saying? Cause that hate and all that stuff only hold us back. You know?
Hey, they gonna knock. See what's gonna happen is that the lower light, you know, they on that colorism shit. We've seen the precursors what's to come. You see what Palestine and Israel doing. That's a race war. You see how the Israelites in Chicago was warring with the Palestinians. That's a race. Cardinal shit. Them niggas gonna take each other out. That's what's gonna happen.
Yep.
They're gonna eradicate themselves from the earth.
Crazy. Right, man. We realize, man, we in the middle of some shit that we never really sat back and really dove deep down into. And you would think we would, because souls is on the line. You know what I mean? Salvation and all that. But bro, it's crazy to me how a lot of people put all our eggs into what it is we talking about, but nobody really never connected no dots or dove deep down and be like, man, look, hold on. What the hell is really going on around here?
Yeah, this don't sound right.
Yeah, man. Like, come on. How the fuck is Josephus and Paul got the same homeboy that's Nero's secretary?
But then my thing is, it would still have to be another man who actually existed, who did what they claim Paul or Josephus did. The story had to be written from a real event. We know Paul. So if Paul telling a lie, what's the real story behind it? Somebody went and got some stories from somewhere. Who they really writing about? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, because I mean, to me, it makes more sense that they amalgamate. They created something by putting their own intellectual property on it. Like, for instance, like we can do with video. We can take somebody's video, pause it, do a commentary on it, and not even be guilty of copyright because we put our own intellectual property on it. And I think that's what they did, dealing with a God, dealing with a Savior, dealing with a Messiah, and all that. Now, it was plenty of brothers that was crucified. It was plenty of brothers that was standing up against wickedness and all that. But as a mockery to them, as a mockery to them, you dig? Nigga, you been waiting on was Caesar, who came and destroyed your shit. You know what I mean? And because you didn't accept him is the reason why you ain't got what it is you think you got. You dig? So that's what I think. Put your own intellectual property on something, even a person, and you rewrite that shit, then it's no longer them. You dealing with a God. You dealing with a creation. You know, even though figments of it may be true. Figments of it may be true. Portions of it may be true. You know what I mean? But the whole agenda was to control and pacify this so-called rebel movement, because they realized, man, you can't kill these niggas and make them shut up. We're going to have to go ahead and defeat them with some information. You know what I mean?
Right, yeah.
Man, I ain't going to lie to you, man. That was some cold-ass shit.
Listen, bro, how ingenious, I mean, like evilly ingenious do you gotta be to come up with that idea? It's super ingenious.
Yeah, it's wicked, it's wickedly genius.
Right. It's like because you make the people pacify themselves.
Yeah, man.
And then because bruhs wasn't so basically, right? If I'm understanding what I'm saying, is in the 1st century BC and the 1st century AD, it was up between not only the Jews and the Roman factions, right? But in between the Jews themselves.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. You had the aristocracy who was siding with Rome. All them niggas is part of the aristocracy. Philo, his nephews, Bernice, Agrippa II, Agrippa I, like all of them, even Paul. Hell, even Paul. You dig? All of them were educated. They had the Greek education.
Right.
I mean, they was educated. They wasn't educated in Judea. They was educated in Rome. Went to school with the Flavian and all them.
Paul is from Tarsus. Saul from Tarsus. That's in Turkey.
Yeah. Come on, man.
Ooh-wee.
Come on, man.
That's crazy.
Ooh-wee. So it's some niggas that's basically on some shit like the Palestinians.
There you go.
Basically.
There you go.
It's some niggas who, okay, so is big bad US, right, which would be wrong, right? And is the Jews, right? But it's two sections of them, right? One more Zionist Ashkenazi, one Arab, right? And one is smaller than the other one, but they not going for it. They just gonna keep fighting till the other one wipe them out. Damn.
Yeah,
so basically, they replaying history.
They replaying history. So Israel today is wrong. Israel in the modern Palestinian-Israeli conflict. Israel is wrong today, and the Palestinians would have been the freedom fighters like Judah of Galilee, Simon of Perea, Eleazar. You know what I mean? The brothers that was like, nah, like we rather eat cat shit with a knit needle than bow to niggas, bro. You know what I mean? So what you see happening to the Palestinians today is in effect the same thing that was happening with the brothers and them, the freedom fighters, those who was for the liberation of Zion. What you see happen to the Palestinians today is what happened to them back then.
That's crazy.
And that's why I'm saying they about to turn Gaza into a parking lot, bro. It's the same shit. You got the Herodians and Romans. That's who Israel is today.
That's what they was
Herodians.
They're the Turks.
Yeah.
They're the Turks. So that literally tied them to Herod even today. The Ashkenazi, excuse me, the Ashkenazi are Herodian. That's not even a guess. Those are actual blood tie facts.
Exactly. So it's the same thing then. It's the same thing. It's the same thing, bro. Which is what you got the Palestinians and them trying to fight against this Roman Herodian conspiracy. You dig? It's the same thing that the freedom fighters and all them, the real ones, the real ones that had to stand up and fight against that bullshit and eventually end up getting destroyed. They eventually got wiped out. And it's the same thing about to happen to Palestine, bro. They about to turn that shit into a parking lot. You know what I mean?
Man, to the brothers and sisters over there, man, that can hear my voice, man, come on home.
Yeah. Come on
home, man.
Hey, they try to tell you to get out of Babylon or get out of her. Y'all niggas better get out of her.
Yeah. That's the her that they was talking about. Y'all think that the whore of Babylon is America. No.
Right.
It's the bound kingdoms of the East.
That's right. All them prophecies were spoken about in the East. Niggas wasn't seeing America back then. Niggas put their private interpretation to say, oh, the Babylon is America. No, nigga. Oh, I speak say America. Y'all book don't say America.
Right. Y'all didn't even know it existed.
Yeah, you know, the most of the prophecies out of Rome. You know, that's the closest y'all gonna get to America is Rome.
I'm just saying, shit, a damn near 6,000 years before y'all even found America, the prophecy was given about that the niggas of America was gonna find the time and get this thing popped.
Yeah, man.
That y'all was gonna come here with a god, with an evil god that was gonna flay and slay and enslave them. And then you was gonna take the model of their nation, right? This great Algonquin nation. You was gonna take the model of it and then apply it as yours, right? And then you would apply states and nations just like the great Egoquim had already set up in the Americas. And this is why most of the states already got Indian names.
So do boy, Wichita, Omaha, Mississippi. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the rivers, the mountains. Yeah. They got Indian names. You dig what I'm talking about? Because this stuff was already laid out with none of them little pretty dots that you see on your maps. Ain't none of this shit yours. Ain't none of it theirs. Yah made the world for man to just indulge.
Right.
It don't gotta be this hard. We make it this hard. They play on our ignorance, yo, and our natural hatred of things that are not like ourselves.
Yeah, absolutely.
Big facts, yo.
The only reason I can't hate the man is because I know you got duped into this.
Yeah.
You got sold this shit.
Sure did, boy.
Don't no baby come out here talking about Hail Hitler, KKK. Don't no baby come out talking like that.
Facts.
Don't no baby come out talking about I hate white folk. Get the hell out of here. You taught that baby that.
Yeah, but they've been duped into it.
You've been duped into it. It's the environment.
That's right.
And this why you got to love on your people. And this is why Creator Gang. Somebody got to do it. Jaja just wasn't lying. Jaja just wasn't lying when he told you it was going to be the remnants of the Algonquins. Ooh, he told you who was going to be telling this shit in 2023.
You look up, it is us.
It's only us.
Man, that's crazy.
So then what is it? What is an Algonquin then? Is it fair to say that an Algonquin is a Negro? He is the American Indian? Is that fair to say?
I would say it is.
I'm just saying, they say that from my understanding, the people in America aboriginally is said to favor or look like, right, of the people from the continent of Africa, right? But they're both aboriginal, so they don't come from nowhere, right? This is their ideology, right? I don't believe this, right? But there has to be an aboriginal man to everything, and y'all telling me the aboriginal from Africa. Well, I'm telling you, the first white man who got here, Columbus said, the aboriginal of America looked like the aboriginal of Ethiopia or Africa. This is what he said. So, is it fair to say that the Indian of America looks like the African, and the people who fit that American Indian title would be called the Negro or the Black or the so-called African American today? Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair, bro. Okay. It's fair. Sound fair to me.
It was very stressful.
And then Jaja say, who gonna tell it?
Mm-hmm.
Who out here telling it? Not only it's really, it's only one group of people doing it like we doing it. It was some people before us. You did what I'm talking about. They did what they did. You know what I mean? That's the fam. We wouldn't even. It wouldn't be here. You know what I mean? This the people that the line of light come through. But when it comes to these niggas,
right, boy.
You dig what I'm talking about? The lights start cutting on. And then he said, he specifically said, I'm gonna wait 159 years. And then some niggas gonna get it. Shalom, I would like to ask you, sir, what year did you get the OWASP?
You can hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought my shit was goddamn went out again.
No. What year did you get OWASP, sir?
That had to have been 2005. Yeah, that had to have been 2005.
2005?
Yeah.
Oh, right in the cover of OWASP, right? It say, this copy will be held 159 years before it hit the public. That is 2 years. You got it 2 years before it ever was in the public domain.
That's crazy, bro.
The Seventh Era Faithist version didn't come till 2007.
Yeah, because I was reading from the Cosmon publisher when I had the blue dust jacket, then I had the all black. I had a couple of Waspies. I ain't gonna hold you. I had a couple of them. But, that blue dust jacket one, that was probably my favorite one. The Cosmon press one.
Yeah.
Big Blue is convenient though. Big Blue is
05,
convenient.
06, or 07? Which year? Which year would you say?
You know what? I ain't gonna lie. That shit was on the cusp. It was on the cusp of 05 and 06. It was in the cusp of right there. I know that for a fact.
Right on point.
It was right in 05, 06.
It's right on point. I didn't get it to 2013.
Hey, you know what? Shit, we gotta look at them numbers and shit.
That's what I'll be looking at. And if you think about it, 159 years after the beginning of the Cosmon era, 2007.
And not only that, you remember everybody was talking about a big calamity in 2012.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They came out with the movie 2012 and all that shit.
Sure did.
Year after that, nigga, you got the Owaspy, nigga. That was the calamity right there for niggas and shit.
Yeah, it was over with right then.
But see, the crazy thing is this. When I got the Owaspy, I ain't meet nobody else since then who heard of the Owaspy. Nor did I come across it again. Like how you come across a book that you may come across it again. Nigga, I ain't come across Owaspy after I got the Owaspy again.
Yeah.
Like, I ain't meet nobody who knew about it. I ain't come across it online nowhere. Unless me doing, the research I found sacredtext.com but like coming across anybody else, nah, bro. You see how we went on Sonetta? That's supposed to be the house of consciousness, and niggas was unconscious of that book.
And then you got to think about this. I mean, some of the greatest so-called black melanated researchers to ever touch this planet. You dig what I'm talking about? Right here in America, many of them. You dig what I'm talking about? Had never even sniffed a wasp.
Nope, none of them. And the niggas who do, they don't investigate it. Because you had Taj Tariq Bey mention it. You heard Dr. Blair mention it, but them niggas wouldn't go in depth like we going in depth.
Yeah.
We the only niggas that's doing it on this level, bro. Like you say, Cosman, like, ain't nobody created. Nobody. Islam is represented deity. Christianity a deity. All the Buddhists and Chinese is deities. We the only niggas in the Americas create a gang that's representing creator on this scale.
Facts.
That's amazing to me, man.
Facts.
Amazing.
Yeah,
I
sit
back sometimes and trip off that and catch mosquitoes down there. Like, damn.
Well, we got them Etherians with a microscope lens on us. Like, there go them niggas right there. Watch now, every watch, boy.
Yeah.
Like, protect them niggas.
That's what's up, though, man. But
Well, Mally, I'm about to push up, man. I'm about to get up out of here, man. I just want to raise that question. Excellent show, like always. You know what I mean?
It's all good, bro. Got created of glory, created gang. You already know how we rock. False God killer.
False God killer, yeah. I like that one. False God killer, my nigga.
False God killer around this deal. FGK, nigga.
Right, FGK. That got a ring to it too.
You did, but no, it's all good, man. Love and light to the brothers, love and light to the sisters. You feel me? Y'all go back and check this out, man. Slow roll it. Get out your Josephus and all that, your Philos. You feel me? We got some more stuff in the works. We just gonna dig down into it and keep connecting these dots so you can see, and then show you the light, dealing with the higher light, dealing with a waspy, man. It's truly marvelous. You know what I mean? Truly marvelous. Come up out of that darkness and that bondage, man. It's truly marvelous,
bro. I'm about to go back and watch this joint, man. But I'm out of here, King. I appreciate you, man. See you in the chat.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Creative gang. Bless up, King.
All right, y'all, man.
Give us some last words, big dog.
Oh man, hey, look, Bill was on fire. Definitely go back. I watched the whole thing. You dig what I'm talking about? But the whole point to how you tied the typology you know, New Testament, Old Testament, using Berenice under the typology of Jezebel, bro.
What?
bro.
New Testament Jezebel.
Yo, man, listen, they wrote their lives into the stories they already knew and backdated them.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get people to see. That's what happened. That's what happened. Right there. They wrote themselves into some shit that they backdated. And they already knew. What you think that shit was 40 years before Josephus started writing? No.
Hey, every time I see the name Flavian in my brain, it go damn.
Man, them niggas everywhere, bro. I say, what the hell is going on? Like, after a while, it ain't no coincidence. It's like, nah, bro, it's something going on with that. Like, you feel me?
Them
like,
niggas everywhere, yo. They bosses. I can't lie. The Flavians on some mess.
Gangster shit. Like,
super gangster.
We finna control the world with this false shit.
Man, super duper, man. That shit weird, bro.
I'm just saying, once you start seeing like the same name, like Epaphroditus, what the hell is he doing in Philippians? And then what the hell is he doing in Josephus? And how in the hell is he Nero's secretary? That eventually that eventually got down with the Flavians, Vespasian, and them once Nero died.
Yeah, like you say, if you slow it down, Josephus tell on himself.
Yeah.
Only a rat could have this info.
Yeah, come on, bro. Fuck, you know.
Only the nigga who sold out and played on the other side could be alive to call himself a Jew on the other side.
Yeah, yeah.
That's, you just told on yourself. That's street. I'm just using street knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
We know once you get in the car, it's 3 niggas in the car, one or two niggas get up out of this motherfucker, and one ain't nobody supposedly said nothing, but one nigga is just getting arrested. That means one of the 2 other niggas talk.
Yeah.
Well, guess what? It's only one nigga telling the story. Josephus. He got to be Paul. Or Paul is a literary version of Josephus, but who they take the real life events from.
Right.
Because
when you get into that Antiquity Unveiled, boy, y'all ain't read that. Y'all need to get on that because Apollonius of Tyana.
A real historical man.
Man, I looked him up, and guess what? He was Vespasian's seer.
Yep. Titus too. He was there with Josephus.
I say, hold on, cuz.
Wait a minute. At the fall of Megiddo, 73, 70.
Yeah,
Masada in 70, 73. He was there for both.
I say, hold on, bro.
This the nigga they say went into India and got Christos doctrine and actually brought a gospel back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was some. I remember y'all was talking about that a while back. I ended up getting the PDF and read it. Was like, hold on.
Not only that, dig this. They say, first of all, he was born. Listen to when he was born. He was born in 2 AD in Cappadocia. Not Cappadocia. Tyana, which is the crazy part around Tarsus, where Saul and them is in northern eastern Turkey, right? Which is funny, right? And this nigga, what was I about to say?
You said he was born in Tarsus around 2 AD.
Oh yeah, he was born in 2 AD and died in 99. Right? So in around the year 90, this character that they applying this Christos doctrine, who they also say started the Nazarenes. The very first one. Or it could be saying he brought back a doctrine of the Nazarenes. It could be conflated that way. But it also says he started the sect of the Nazarenes. First century, when Jesus was supposed to be, at the same time he was supposed to be living. But this is a dope one too, because that would make him Jesus and Paul, right? But Apollonius says in around the year 90 AD, right? He gets stuck on the island of Patmos. Right? And has a vision of the heavens, which they now call the book of Revelations. I bet you how much you want to bet that the book of Revelations is said to come around middle between 90 and 99. So in 95. How much you want to bet?
No, I know the dates of them. Yeah.
What day it come out, cuz?
Yeah, you right in the late 80s, early 90s.
Ooh-wee. Ooh-wee. Apollonius said he the nigga that had the dream. And they twisted up his vision. So he's not only the real inspiration for Jeebus, he the real life inspiration of Paul. He also in the Bible as Apollos, and which prove whether they wrote it in that time or whether they backdated, they putting him in the time of the Christ, right? So you either with Josephus or you ain't. So now that proves to what he's saying when he's saying the man that they took before Nero and Vespasian and them and tried him of heresy and all that stuff that they said was Paul was actually Apollonius. And then we go look back into the records of Vespasian. We go look back into the records of Titus. We go look back into the records of Domitian and all them little Flavians right there. And they got a seer named Apollonius. Oh, no.
I say, nigga, this shit.
No. Ain't no way. Ain't no way.
Man.
He recorded in history as being there. Timotheus and all them, the guy who supposedly walks with Paul, that's Apollonius' homeboy. Oh, listen, bro. We got to get back into that antiquities. Oh, snap.
You know, I got it.
Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord.
Nigga, this stuff, boy, when I was like, man, this is
man.
And then when I looked him up, dude existed. He's Vespasian and Titus and them prophet, they serve.
People,
and about this. And Vespasian and Titus are who? Flavians. I say, bro, you can't make this stuff up. I find all this out at the same time, damn near. Like right behind each other. Like, hold on, he the seer to who? But that's that book right there, y'all. Antiquity Unveiled that Cosmo Cal was talking about. You know what I mean? Antiquity Unveiled, Ancient Voices from the Spirit Realms. Disclose the most startling revelations, proving Christianity to be of heathen origin.
Ooh-wee.
Truth crushed by priests shall rise again. This is the third edition. This one was published in 1912. Copyright 1894. Ooh-wee. Late 1800s again, huh?
Ooh-wee.
Guess this was the cat right here. J something Roberts. But look at this right here. I want to show y'all this. Look at the. Yeah, that's J.M. Roberts, Esquire. I guess he's a lawyer somewhat. Apollonius the who?
Oh, they come out shooting. he gonna make you get low off tops. Oh, it's ugly. Listen, don't even turn on page 14 unless you like blood and gore. It get ugly.
It get ugly as a bug, man.
Ooh wee.
Yeah, whose tragedy Prometheus found, whose tragedy was the prototype of the crucifixion of the Christian Jesus. Contents, man, this still go hard, man. When I read this, I was like, wow, bro.
And then you go in a WASPy, right? And then you read a story like the 49 false messiahs that predate Jeebus, or will actually predate the real Yeshua. You did what I'm talking about. But it's 49 false ones, and Prometheus is one of them. Guess who else one of them? Mithra. Ooh wee.
Ooh wee.
Ooh wee. What you say, Mally? Get Mickey and Trick, and then hold on, wait, look. Oh!
Man. Man, I'm telling you.
Listen, bro.
Now look, you know what's crazy about all this? Look at this.
Look at this page, bro.
The class I just did is about the Flavians, the Alexanders, and the Herodians, right?
Yeah.
Now, I didn't even bring this out. We didn't even bring out, we didn't even bring out Antiquity Unveiled because the class has still been going. You did. But look at this. This is in the table of contents. Vespasian, who is a Flavian, y'all. Huh? And then look right here. Herod Agrippa.
Oof.
Look at that. So you got the Herodian, you got the Flavians, and all this. Look, all this is going on, right? And I do a class today about all this and don't even bring this up.
Dang.
You see? Further proving the connection between the Herodians, the Flavians, and the Alexanders. How is he talking about this? This was written in 1890s. It was in 1890s.
It's crazy. It's crazy, man. Listen, man. I don't see how people could actually read this stuff and just shoot it off to the side as just some crazy psychobabble.
Man, nah, you read that, you gonna be like, man, hold on. And then all the dots start connecting even more and more. Like, I shouldn't be able to look in here and make a connection between the Herodians and the Flavians.
And then the book, remember, the book is saying it is the Spirit speaking.
Yeah.
So in every single one of them, the Spirit tells you to where to go to find the info. Some shit you ain't never heard before, but yet here it is, right where he's saying it is.
Yep. Y'all look up Antiquity Unveiled PDF. Go down. Hey, it get bloody up in there, boy.
Listen, I ain't asking nobody to believe nothing.
No.
But do your research.
Yeah, read it for yourself.
And you tell me how it lined up like that, how they knew. Just explain it. That's all you got to do. I'm with you trying to explain it.
All right.
But see, we already got the explanation. If your explanation ain't lining up with how WASPy saying it's working, well, you off point either way.
Man. Straight
Dang,
up. But man, it's all good. As always, big homie. You know it's always a pleasure rapping to you. You did.
Oh, yeah, man.
We're gonna chop it up in the chats and all that anyway.
Hey, y'all go over to Cosmon Cal TV, sub, like, share, man. Want y'all to breathe in, let the light in, man. I'm Cosmonian. I'm out.
Hey, man, abundant favor and blessings to you, my brother. You already know. Bless up.
Peace, King.
Bless up. Y'all already know what time it is. Y'all go over to Creative Gang TV, like, subscribe, share. See La Shalom TV, Cosmon Cal TV. and all the affiliated channels, man. Get on over to Creative Gang. If you want to see the debate between Selah Shalom and Zion Lex, it's on Creative Gang TV. Go on over there, look at it, like, subscribe, share. You dig? We up out of here. I pray everybody got some understanding. It's been about 5 hours. Y'all go back through and watch that though. Get some understanding, right? Connect these dots, right? No reason to be a religious robot around this day. Until the next time, I'm your brother Malachi Maccabee Megaton Light Bomb. Until the next time, love and light, family. One love.